All right. I believe we are live. What's up to the crew? Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you for hopping on. Lovely to be here with my team. And we're going to keep it hot today. Let me get some beats going and we're going to get directly into it. No time to waste. Little itty bitty is dumping and pumping. We got to get onto the charts. All right, please confirm if you can hear my voice loud and clear. You should also now be hearing some beats coming through. Let me know if the volume is all right on the voice, on the beats. Let's go. What's up? Mahim, welcome. Is it your first time? Welcome, brother. I see Aika. I see Ricardo. Let's go. I see Vicky. I see Chris. I see Jess. The crew is in the building. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. All right, no time to waste. Let's get straight into it. I see Des. Beautiful stuff. Rick is in the building. Matilda. All right, Aika, clear and perfect. Thank you so much. All right, I got a hot stream for y'all today. Let me know if the levels are good. I believe we're good. Let's roll. We're going to look at BTC in depth across the time frames, top down. I've got a lot of exciting stuff to bring, so I'm not going to waste too much time. We're going to get straight into it. We're also going to look at Ethereum. We're going to look at all the market charts. I'm actually going to put my mouth where my money is, and I'm going to make a prediction for this cycle top, which I'm then also going to turn into a technical analysis video, and I'm going to drop my exact prediction for this cycle top. So we ain't playing today. I'm also going to give a full tutorial on one of Tuffy's indicators, which he is actually making free for this crew. So very cool. Free trials for the crew. Very nice indicator, especially for the newbies. So stay tuned. We're going to keep it hot. And if you are here, of course, smash the like button. Give me one more confirmation on my voice. And the beats. Get rid of this hair and let's get moving. Alright, as of now, you should be seeing my charts and my face. We've been doing really well. It'll show you a little bit of the P&L from a bunch of trades I closed today. Where is my mind? Where is my mouth? Look at that. XRP, I actually hit that close all button. You know that close all button that goes very nice. XRP long. We got an LDO long. INJ long. GALA on the long. CRV. So this was, well, where's the bonk short? Where's my bonk short? It's missing. Anyway, we got one short on the bonk, but then this CRV, look at that. Look at that, crew. That is a 2x trade hitting take profit. And you know what? When you start to actually work, of course, with bigger funds or on copy trading with others' money, right? You start to bring that leverage down. And there we go. The strategy is playing out. The long on the 2x smashing the TP with the beautiful, I mean, look at that, 80 cents to $1.1. Let's go. I've also got a beautiful giveaway for y'all. So let's smash that 50 likes. Let's say at the 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. And y'all know how it works, right? I dropped the code. So this is the first letter number in the code. It is a number 3. If you are here throughout, then you'll have access, right? And you also need to have an account under my Bybit link. So that is in the description. I will also drop that into the chat now. But all you need is an account on Bybit under my link and the full code, and you'll have access to the giveaway. Thank you, Des. Y'all know the copy trading has not been easy. This has been, one of the toughest journeys I have embarked on as a trader, and it's moving. All right, beautiful stuff. Tammy, welcome. Bella, look at this. Irvin, my crew is in the building. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. Absolutely awesome to have y'all here, and we're actually going to go through a lot of trades today. I've got a lot of work to do. So let's not around anymore, y'all. I think YouTube has some new some new rules that I've been checking out. So I don't think I can swear anymore on YouTube. So let's just keep it clean, right? Let's keep it PG. I've been seeing some new rules for community, and we ain't gonna swear here no more, all right? But that's fine. It'll be a good exercise for me to actually keep it chill, keep it PG. And call me out if I say the wrong thing, right? Mr. Aldo, thank you so much for joining, brother. I'm really glad to have your expertise in the chat. I do appreciate it so much. Thank you, man. You're gonna really help us today, and everybody give a shout out to a legend. You know what? When you see someone in the crew just overtake you, and you're like, damn, you know, I told you to use CVD, but now you're using CVD on a much higher level than me. You get the FOMO, but I'm also just so proud of you. Just so proud of you, brother. All right, thank you everybody for joining. Let's get right into it. You should now be seeing my BTC chart. We're doing a little bit of a dumper-rooney here on the 1 minute. Oh, oh, Bella, just be careful. Just be careful about what you say in the comments, yeah? We're gonna keep it PG. We're gonna keep it PG. All right. So, as always, we're gonna do top-down. Yeah, anything we do on the charts needs to be top-down. This is what we call due diligence. And when we speak about top-down analysis, most of you will understand that this is when we actually go from our largest time frame down to our smaller time frames. And what I like to do is always enter the charts naked as the day they were born, right? We want to see a naked chart. We want to see nothing. We want to see no lines, no analysis paralysis. And yeah, man, you can hit those wins and those losses on the 100x, right? But if you have a 2x trade, you actually need a big gap to hit those TPs. And when it happens, you're like, oh damn, low risk, nice reward. That's the way we like to play. Oh, Biruk is here. Absolutely awesome. And I actually have a few hot trades to drop. Some swing trades that are looking to kick off. Everyone's asking me always, drop the trade, right? So today I came hot. I came with swing trades that y'all can enter, not financial advice. All right. And yeah, some very beautiful news from Tuffy. Maybe I'll break it when he joins us. Everybody give him a congratulations when he does join us. It is his 6 months wedding anniversary, and he's currently on a little bit of a date with his wifey, but he's going to be joining us. The OG signal generator. All right, so what we can see here on the candle reading on the monthly is straight off the bat pretty interesting. Right? Everybody sees the inverted hammer landing on the support line. It does not look shooting starish, right? It looks like the body is a little bit too big for a hammer, but it's looking hammerish on the inverted hammer side. It's sitting on the support line. There's not much to be said about this candle other than a bullish continuation. And now we are getting this interesting candle, right? We have just entered the month. We've got 24 days left in the month, so anything can happen, and it's already been a pretty volatile month. Right, last month was crazy. We saw in 1 month, we saw Bitcoin go up and down 17%. And now in this new month, we are seeing, I mean, y'all tell me what this candle is looking like now, right? We can't base the rest of the month on it yet. But let's have a look at our RSIs, our stochastic RSI moving up towards the top. Our regular RSI on the monthly giving us a very clear overbought territory signal, right? Very, very clear. And also on the monthly, remember the monthly trumps everything, right? The monthly is usually the biggest time frame you'll look at, and in that case it trumps everything. And what we can see here is something pretty scary, because actually in this bull market that we have seen, we have not managed to come up above our previous momentum. This can mean two things. First of all, it can mean if we aren't able to bring in big whale momentum, we could see a big crash, because this could be a massive bearish divergence, clear as day. A cycle long bearish divergence. The other thing it's telling us is more on the bullish side, and that is that for our cycle top, there is likely still much more space to go. Right, we could see much higher levels for momentum for our cycle top. And yeah, very excited to drop my little cycle top analysis. But what I'm going to do on all of these top down time frames is I'm going to have a look at Market Cypher B, because I want to bring this indicator to the crew as much as possible. Most of you know that this is my favorite indicator. It is complex. I am still busy with the tutorials. I will be dropping them one by one on, first of all, each aspect of the indicator, and then secondly, I will be dropping each pro strategy that goes into this indicator. I do believe it is the way to go. I've taken it step by step. I've dropped the crypto trading tutorials playlist now for beginner to intermediate, right? So there's everything: Fibonacci, support and resistance, trend lines, symmetrical triangles, fixed range, volume profile, literally RSI, everything you could need to know before Market Cypher. I really wanted to get straight into Market Cypher. I actually started shooting that video, the first video, and then I stopped and I said, you know what, let's do this right for the crew, because the beginners can't come in and learn Market Cypher. You have to come in and first learn all the basics, right? Create your basic trading plan. Then you start to learn Market Cypher. So don't worry if it's too much, right? This indicator will take you time to learn, but I'm going to force it into your brains and just let it flow over you. Every time you hear me talk about it, you will understand more and more about it. All right, so very simply what we can see on this monthly time frame is that Market Cypher is everything. Market Cypher is giving us everything. For those who do understand it, Aldo, I know you are also into the Market Cypher. Let me know if anybody else has been using it. I know McCall uses it. All right, but basically we can see the bearish divergence. Boom, called that correction. I saw CryptoFace, the creator of the indicator, made a couple $1 million off that crash because this indicator called it as clear as day on the monthly time frame, 30% down. Very, very nice. Then we can see the little green buy signal on the wave trend. Boom, called the actual buy. Very nice. You could have actually got a 30% out of that move as well. Not bad, not bad, not bad. And if we're looking at the current price action, we can see that wave trend is threatening a cross of its slow moving average. Basically, for those who don't know as of yet, it is threatening a red dot on the wave trend. It is also threatening a double bearish divergence, right? So another bearish divergence, which would add to the previous bearish divergence, which would give us a monthly double bear, which could actually give us even more of a dump than the first bearish divergence, because it would be a double bearish divergence. I know it's complicated, but I'm always going to push this crew, right? And there's actually a lot of inputs coming from the charts that are saying perhaps there's going to be a correction, right? I know everyone, I saw so many influencers going nuts today saying bull market kicking off, Trump just signed in the order for the bull market. We're going to talk about what Trump did today, but honestly there's a lot of signs for a potential correction before any major pump, right? Remember, nothing goes up forever. We need healthy market structure. All right, second of all, we can clearly see on the monthly that money flow is not looking too happy, right? It's not pointing up, it's not pointing down. It is pretty much neutral, but it's high above the zero line, right? Meaning that it can more easily start to point down than up. Is everyone with me? We can also see that the yellow VWAP, which is, I think, the most simple part of this indicator to learn first. It was the part that I learned third. But for me, it's actually like the only part of this indicator that you could potentially use on its own. And we can see here, it's very simple, right? Every time the VWAP crosses, you get your signal. That's this yellow line here. Do you see that it crossed with momentum to the downside? That's where we got this beautiful dump. Where the VWAP crossed with momentum to the upside, that's literally where the market structure changed and we got this beautiful pump. Where the VWAP crossed to the downside, I mean, you know, it's not surprising anymore when you've worked with Market Cypher for a while. When you first see this, you're like, wow, what kind of indicator could call it this easily? But here we go. There it called the dump. Right there when it crossed to the upside, literally called the pump. And now we are seeing the VWAP coming down, looking like it does want to cross to the downside. Once you get more into this indicator, you'll start to look at the direction of the curve, whether the curve is convex or concave, and this will give you insight into the power of the move. So I'll give you a little bit of insight now. Basically, you see this curve. Boom, that is a concave curve. And that is showing us that this cross has a lot of momentum. And if you go from that exact level, look at that move as the VWAP crossed. Boom, we got that beautiful 78% move up on Bitcoin. Absolutely awesome. So VWAP cross, really nice. Of course, you should not use any part of this indicator like an island, right? Nothing is a sole indicator in Market Cypher B. That's the whole point. They all work together, and that is where the strategies come in. But right now, as I say, we can see monthly money flow looking neutral, monthly VWAP looking a bit dodgy, monthly wave trend also looking a bit dodgy. When I say dodgy, I say possible retracement from this level. All right, I hope everyone's with me. Let's move on to the weekly. Since we've already got Market Cypher B nice and big on the weekly, I will start off with Market Cypher. We can see that the red dot has been printed already on the wave trend on the weekly, and that did call the start of our dump on the weekly. Very, very nice. We can also see here that VWAP on the weekly did cross. All right, so already we're learning from going top down, we can see that when things are threatening on the bigger time frames, they happen sooner and sooner and sooner on the smaller time frames. Right? Some people even like to do their analysis from small to big. I like to go top down, and then I like to go all the way back. So I go top down monthly, literally weekly, daily, 4 hour. Then I even go 1 hour, and you can see here I use 45 minutes, 30 minute, 24 minute, 15 minute, 12 minute, all the way down to the 1 minute. And then I go back. And if you do that, you gain perspective of the fractalized nature of the current market. I hope everyone's with me. I'm bringing the big brain tonight. All right, what we can see on the weekly is that money flow is pointing up. All right, so basic confusion. We're seeing neutral signals on the weekly because we have wave trend coming down, we have money flow coming up, we have VWAP crossed to the downside. All right, what I think is important here is to go onto our RSIs. And I think Aldo is very aware of how powerful the strategy is of the RSI rhyming. Right, I do believe I put this into my RSI indicator video, how to rhyme your regular RSI with your stochastic RSI. And we did see a rhyme occurring very nicely right here, just where regular RSI tipped up into the top and rhymed with stochastic RSI. We saw stochastic RSI crossing its slow moving average, which is the signal to smash the short, and that is where we got the short trade just before this beautiful red candle. Does everybody see that? Stochastic RSI. I hope this is big enough on your screens. First of all, we have regular RSI tipping just enough into overbought. Then we wait, right? We do not pull the trigger there. We wait for the stochastic RSI to cross its slow moving average. When it crosses, we pull the trigger, and boom, look at that beautiful red candle that we did get. 7% down, very nice in one candle. And as we can see, stochastic on the weekly is taking a dive. Tulani, welcome, welcome. I'm very, very proud of you, brother. You are showing up. You are really showing up to the sessions, and you are really learning. Very, very impressive. So we did already cover some important top-down analysis. So try to skim through it quickly on fast forward and reach to where we are in the live, or otherwise, of course, wait till the end. And it's monthly time frame analysis, so it's not that urgent. You can always rewatch it after the stream, but very important that you're up to date with the monthly as we go through the weekly. And let's hit my time frame, my favorite time frame, y'all. This is the daily. And I don't like to look at the daily before I have looked at the monthly, but to be honest, this time frame is where I spend most of my time. Only once I really understand what's happening on the daily, I will start to chill on the 4 hour or the 1 hour and possibly hit some scalps from the 15 minute or lower. And this is where it's going to get super, super interesting. Oh, wait. All right. So one thing I do need to tell you. One thing I do need to tell you about this weekly Market Cypher B. All right, so this is looking danger. This is one thing that is looking danger. All right, so just take a look at the last time that Market Cypher B on the weekly actually printed a bearish divergence. I can't wait to drop these strategy videos because honestly, I've taught this to some pros. Some of you know Bitcoin advisors. Shout out to Mr. Chris if you are watching. I know you do watch my live streams, but I know it's probably some crazy time in Los Angeles right now. But welcome if you are watching the replay. But I believe Chris greatly improved his trading once he learned this divergence strategy on Market Cypher. And it's basically where it just prints a bearish divergence of the on the wave trend, simply, very simply meaning that we got a higher high in price when we got a lower high in the wave trend. And we also printed this very nice thick red dot. And we can see that when that happened, we got a major correction. Down to the bottom of that wicket was a 30% correction, and we are threatening something similar now. Right, as you can see on the chart, there is right now higher price. It's very clear as day, higher price, higher level on price, lower high on momentum. And this is an even bigger bearish divergence, which could mean an even bigger dump. So I'm just setting everybody up for the possibility of a correction here, right? I know we're all accumulating, and that's great. And if Bitcoin goes up to my prediction, that's awesome. But actually, I think we might get a very, very nice opportunity to add to our Bitcoin bags. And you know what? I've seen a lot of really, really powerful influencers talking about a bearish Q3, right? A bearish August. And if G-Bon is here, he also dropped something beautiful in the community today, which was some insight on the previous 4 Augusts, right? The previous 4 Augusts have been very bearish for altcoins. Personally, I don't like to use that kind of analysis like, oh, August is going to be bearish because, you know, previously Augusts have been bearish for altcoins, but it does have some sway. So please do keep it in mind. And I also saw one of my legends, someone who I met in Dubai, very, very strong trader. He's actually one of the top traders on Bybit, Mr. Crypto Vikings. And he was talking today about this end of Q3 being an opportunity to really bolster your bags, stack your chips for that Q4 ride. And it's interesting because Q4 people get a little bit crazy, right? And I think the whales get a little bit crazy. They get a little bit greedy. They get a little bit bullish every single year in Q4. And I'm kind of with them, right? You'll see that throughout my analysis, I am begging for a bit of a retracement. I do not want to pump up from here because if we pump up from here, it's not healthy, right? We can see the market structure. We can see that we're due for a nice correction for a higher low somewhere in this zone. And there's lots of maths. Lots of maths I'm going to go through that is actually, directly towards that point. All right, so there we go. Weekly could give us a bearish divergence at some point. Keep it in mind. All right, now we're going to go to the daily, and there's quite a lot to go through here. So, all right, let's not take it too slow, but let's take it step by step. And let me know if I go too fast. Let me know if the music is too loud. Let's see how we're doing. All right, awesome to have everyone here. We're already halfway to our like goal. Beautiful stuff. So one of these days I'm going to have to increase that like goal to 100 likes for the giveaway. But it's cool. Y'all deserve it, right? We just need another 25 likes. Let's smash that giveaway. This is one of my favorite parts in this playlist. All right, so I'm just going to go through this very nice and slowly. The first thing that is shouting to us on this daily is Mr. Gibson's downward sloping parallel channel. Please let me know if the beats are too loud. This song is a bit nuts. Mr. Gibson, are you with us? Mr. Gibson, are you with us? Bit by bit, Husseini's in the building. Let's go. Alright, so parallel channels. Watch the video in the Crypto Trading Tutorials playlist if you haven't seen it as of yet. But of course, a parallel channel here is screaming at us, and we've been looking at it for the past few days, and we called it, y'all. Well done to everybody who called the fake out below the bottom of this daily parallel channel, and well done to those who actually bought the bullish order block and the bullish momentum right there. We can clearly see these wicks are giving us a line here. Pull this line further out and you will see some very nice support that was faked out below, right? That's the whales grabbing the liquidity. They call it a liquidity sweep, and it's super bullish. It's very, very simple. This was a long squeeze. Everybody who decided, hey, let's get bullish in this curve, in this channel, you know, they started to leverage their longs, and here they got wrecked. That is the whales squeezing the longs. I'm sure many of you have heard this term before. And then, of course, what happens here is in that long squeeze, shorters start to ape in, right? Retail starts to ape in the shorts. And what's happening now? Those shorts are being squeezed. Long squeeze into the short squeeze. That's how the whales play. Very, very nice. And we can see some very clear resistance at the top of the parallel channel for the shorters. And well done if you got in. You actually got two nice opportunities to get in long here. Of course, one was at the start of the support at the bottom of the parallel channel. You needed a nice buffer there. The second, if you got wrecked on that shakeout, or if you were, you know, nice and patient with a nice big stop loss, your second was, of course, that beautiful retest with this hammer at the support line. And oh, you can't get more significance than that on a beautiful trend line. Then, oh, look at that beautiful retest that came in with a massive wick and a nice pump up. And we have gotten some extremely bullish news today, which is great, and which, to be honest, might just put us back into this horizontal range right here. Alright, parallel channel, simple as can be, right? I don't want to miss anything out today. Alright, so probably most important from this TA session on Bitcoin on the daily for the medium term. Music is loud, music is loud. Buchle, thank you so much. See, that's what I need to hear, y'all. This track is a bit nuts, right? It's like some new wave drum and bass going down. Alright, that should be better, that should be better. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Absolutely awesome to see everybody. All right, so fair value gap, beautiful, Rick. We're going to get there. We're going to get to the fixed range volume profile. But most of you know that, you know, a lot of what I focus on is Fibonacci because I like maths, right? I don't know if I'm as smart as my quantum physicist brother, applied mathematician, PhD, doctorate brother of mine, but I like to call myself a mathematician, right? I like to at least study maths, bow down to maths, because maths runs everything. And there's two very, very simple Fibonacci's that I want everybody to be very aware of, right? First is the microtrend Fibonacci. Microtrend, I mean the previous completed uptrend that we have seen. Very, very simple. Watch the Fibonacci video if you need to. And most of you know that I like to cluster my Fibonacci's from the wicks and the bodies. You can use either one. Personally, I prefer the bodies, right? But you can use... The best way is to do a cluster. So maybe I'll just do due diligence, take it nice and slow and show you. From the bodies to the bodies, right? You get your golden pocket. And you just do the same thing from the wick to the wick, and you get your golden pocket. And then you draw your rectangle from the top of the cluster of golden pockets to the bottom of the cluster of golden pockets, right? That's what we call a Fibonacci cluster. Very, very effective. Buchle, are you new? It sounds like you might be South African, brother. Welcome, welcome, Buchle Ndaweni. Lovely to have you. Let us know if you're new to the crew. Warm, warm welcome. I hope you've subbed to the channel. Mr. Henry. I also saw on Twitter today a Henry. Are you also new? Alright, maths runs life, right? Like the Matrix. Everything in life is maths. And yeah, this golden pocket we're looking at here, it's really, really nice, right? It's also a smart money concept, order block. There is a lot of weight being pulled down to this level. Very clear, 106 level is the center of this golden pocket. And yeah, we're also going to look at some CME gap further down, which could pull us to that level. The other Fibonacci that I want everyone to be very aware of is the larger trend. When I say larger, it's just larger than the micro trend. I would say it is your mid-trend Fibonacci. And this was just a slight break in the trend. So actually our mid-trend is this. Right? So that's why this Fibonacci is so important. And we'll see, right? We'll see what happens if this Fibonacci gets taken. But it's quite simple, right? Let's just take it from the bodies to the bodies. Very, very nice and simple. This is your 0.618 to your 0.786 level. Watch the video if you need to. The most likely point is right in the middle. Sometimes these Fibonacci's like to get hit all the way to the 786. Sometimes they just get a bounce on the 618. Sometimes they even give you a fake out below the 786. But if you want to be statistical and look at what is most likely, you look right here at that middle section and just keep in mind that 89 number as we do the rest of the TA. Alright, so as you can see, there are some levels pulling us down, and what I really like about the way these Fibonacci's look is that, remember the market structure that I drew out on the weekly, right? If we come down to hit this Fibonacci, okay, at least it'll give us a little bit of momentum to move up, but it still would be just part of that uptrend. And that's actually a scenario that I could see, right? This kind of a scenario. Pretty gnarly. But actually what I'm looking for is a higher low in this zone. Is everybody with me? If we look at larger market structure, we can see the low, we can see the high, we can see the higher low, we can see the higher high, higher low, higher high. That could be our higher low to move to another higher high, and that would be healthy. It would not be healthy for us to keep moving up. If we keep moving up now, awesome. But we better take profits because we're going to dump at some point, right? If we come down and we actually reach a beautiful lower high, it's a lot more healthy to just continue our market structure to the upside. Right? I like healthy charts. I don't like unsustainable charts. Interesting. Let's go. Maths is indeed needed in most aspects of life. Yeah, I just don't like the way maths is taught in school, right? It's taught as something so boring. But actually, it's so exciting. It's so mystical. It's so magical. Alright, I've been following you for some time now. However, I'm new to trading, so I find these sections helpful. Bukle. For some reason knew that name is so popular. I don't think I've heard that name not in South Africa. And yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful name. So thank you for showing up, brother. Don't be a ghost, right? I'm glad you're getting the insights from my content, but don't be a ghost. Come chill with us. All right, we got the two fibs. From here, I want to look at the CMEs because there is some confluence playing out on the CME chart. I do have the CME gap video. All right, so go pretty much everything I am explaining. I'm not going to go into detail of how to do it because it is there on my channel. And it's so awesome to see that now on my channel, the fixed range volume profile video is slowly doing this. It's so cool. It's like people are latching onto that strategy and it's starting to get pushed out on the algorithm globally through search. All right, so if you need CME, come to the BTC1 exclamation chart and go watch the video if you need to understand. But basically it is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, one of the oldest ways to trade Bitcoin through pretty much an ETF, an early version of what we now know as ETFs, but it doesn't trade on the weekend. And during the weekends, if there is a large price movement, then we get what you call a CME gap. Let me just quickly clean this up. And these CME gaps, I would say 95% of the time, statistically, they are filled. Right, most of you know what I'm talking about. We've been through this a million times, but if you are really new, please do watch that video. And we can see that the most recent gap was quite a nice big gap, and it has been brutally filled. Right, not just filled, but that was a proper one. That was a brutal fill, and we can see literally a fake out below. We can see a FOMO continuation into the short. Then we see the bulls coming in below the gap, pulling us back up above the gap. And what a beautiful trade, right? We know how to trade the CME gap strategy. You look for the gap. You look for the move away from the gap. And you manage your position as far away from the gap as you can. You target the short towards the gap. And what a move. What a move was that to the CME gap. So well done. I know Gbon, you traded that CME gap. Absolutely beautiful. You took us step by step through the journey of that CME gap trade. And profits well deserved. Profits well deserved. All right, I'm going to leave this in here because it does actually give us a nice level moving forward. It will be very interesting to see if at some point we do come down to actually lose this level, because there is a CME gap screaming at us from $92,000. Right, and y'all think 92 is history. All right, let me know if you think 92 is history, but in my opinion, this is really shouting at us, right? This is shouting at us in the face to just be very aware of what's happening here. We can clear as day see the CME gap, right? They are super easy to draw in, and all you have to do is what I've done there, right? Draw in the triangle and simply say not filled, so that you are aware of the CME gap sitting there. And when you have a CME gap that is over 1% in size, that's when you really need to start being aware of it. And let's just see exactly how big this gap is. Anywhere around 1%, right? So we go from the top of the wick to where we opened again. It's almost 1%. What's happened there is it has left an imbalance of value on the charts, right? Liquidity, an imbalance sitting there. And what do you recognize about this level? It is actually the start of that larger golden pocket that we just looked at. And when you see a coincidence on the charts, right, it's never really a coincidence. It's something to be very aware of. And we can see that that CME gap is sitting very beautifully there. So now we have two levels of confluence telling us that we could come and sweep this liquidity to fill the gap and also hit the golden pocket. And also market structure is telling us that that would be a beautiful higher low for our larger market structure. All right, I hope everyone's following. T-Boss, let's go. What's up, brother? I am so impressed with your journey, hey? Yeah, I just love this crew. We've been now together in this crew for years, and every year you'll see someone who goes away, right? They go away and they learn. We don't hear from them. They just learn. They come back and they've like 2x, 3x their skill. And D-Boss, impressive stuff. Impressive stuff, brother. All right, let's go. Okay, so one thing I want to talk about here on this golden pocket and this CME gap, one last thing, is the possibility of the 786 fake out, right? So if we do start to dump below these Fibonacci levels, there's going to be a lot of fear that starts to come into the market, which means that if we hit this CME gap, we might see lower levels, we might see shorting FOMO, we might see big scale selling and liquidations, etc. You know, the liquidation heat map is gnarly around this level. We'll look at it shortly. But what we could see is a move to the bottom and actually a nice fake out below the 786 before a move up. So that is actually where I would really target, right? I would enter here, but I would make sure that first of all, my stop is below this major swing. And second of all, that I keep my major liquidity to enter in at this zone. Look how beautiful that order block is. And yes, I am getting better at smart money concept, finally. Y'all Nigerians have been very patient with me, so thank you so much. We're getting there. Alright, yeah, so let's move on to some fixed range volume profile. Just want to make sure I don't miss out anything here. But let's head actually back to the BTC daily chart. And yeah, most of you know one of my absolute favorite indicators is the fixed range volume profile. Please do watch the video on it. It's essential, right? You need to know how to use this indicator. If you're not using it, I would say that, yeah, you are just trading a little bit blind, right? So please be aware of it. And I would say the best way to use it is just try to encapsulate the range that you're in. And for this range, you can even go back to here, right? Because we can see price action here, we can see price action here, we can see price action here. This we all need to encapsulate because all of that data needs to go into our profile. And this is simply going to tell us our volume on a horizontal level, which gives us much visually easier ways to understand the volume levels. Yeah, how far we've come is crazy, right? I heard from basically one of my major inspirations in this industry, a Dubai trader who runs a fund, and he started at, I think it was $60,000 for his fund. His fund is now somewhere between $5 and $10 million in a few years. And he basically said that you do not recognize growth when you are in it, right? Exponential growth when you're in it just happens. But then when you start to look back, you recognize exponential growth. And isn't it just so true, right? When you look back over the years and you're like, you know what? We are growing exponentially as a crew. And if you aren't feeling that growth yet, consistency, never give up. Consistency, passion, vision, you will make it. All right, so I'm just going to take it somewhere in this area all the way to the top. And very clear, plain and simple, we can see we are in the value area high of the range. Very plain to see that this is an area where shorters are getting very interested for a move down to the value area low. All right, this is a much larger play, of course. This is your value area low. Watch the video if you need to, and be aware we could literally go back down to 50. That is the bottom of the value area low. I am personally hoping for a higher high. Even to hit the value area low would still be, a higher low. It would still be a higher low, right? Okay, let's leave those in there for those of you who need them. But basically we can see that this first golden pocket would be a nice pull down back into the momentum zone towards closing the fair value gap. This blue line is our POC. At any point, the gap between your current price and the POC is known as your fair value gap. We are clearly overpumped at this point because the fair value for Bitcoin is sitting right now at 96,000 for this range. You can go and cluster these fixed range volume profiles. So as I said, this is the much larger trend that we've done it on. You can then go do another one on this smaller trend. And wow, look at that. Absolutely awesome. We can see that price is moving down towards that POC, which is in the golden pocket. Very, very nice. We can also see the bottom of this fixed range volume profile. The value area low of the range is the top of that golden pocket. How beautiful is that? Very nice confluence. And then if you want to zoom in, even on this time frame, you can then cluster another one right there. And absolutely beautiful to see. We can see a very nice trade taking place there. Again, down towards the POC. Oh, that one smashed POC. All right, from the top, that one smashed POC. Now moving down towards value area low, which is just above our golden pocket. All right, so there we go, clustering the fixed range volume profile. I know it's a little bit confusing at first, but yeah, very nice to get into. Let me just check I'm not missing anything out here. All right, so one thing to keep aware of here, I actually like to keep my moving averages on the Bybit charts. Let me know if this is too confusing, but I'm going to keep it like this for now, and I'm just going to throw on the moving average cross of the 50 over the 200 on the daily, which is our golden cross or our death cross. Right, and we can see now what we are seeing is a continuation from the golden cross move. We can see just how nicely this played out, right? We had our death cross, we then had price. So at the death cross, we got a dump. All right, then we saw bullish input coming into the markets, and we actually saw price moving up over the faster moving average, which is a sign that it's not a real death cross, right? On a real death cross, continuation to the downside, you want to see a continued test of that and a continued dump. Because we broke through there, it was a sign that we're moving back towards another golden cross. We got the golden cross, and now what we are seeing is the reverse of what I just explained, which is the candles actually testing, right? Testing the slower moving average, which means we are in a continued uptrend. If we actually break down and start to test the slower moving average and break down below it, then we could move towards a death cross scenario, and the whole thing kind of flips around on itself. Right, for now, two things to keep a note of. We are testing the slow moving average to the top. We are currently riding it. We are currently riding in the uptrend. Keep note of when we break below that slow moving average, because likely we will get a nice move down to the slower moving average, right? You see how that happens. Once we break the faster moving average, we move down to the slower moving average. All right, moving averages, there's also a video there in my playlist with this strategy explained. Very important to keep a note of. And what I'm doing here is just giving us an outlook, right? This is what we call an outlook. I like to keep it round, right? You do an outlook on as many indicators as you can, and then you start to bang your strategies. Is that RSI at 7 or 14? Which RSI? On the daily. Regular RSI on the daily. We're right in the middle. Right at 53 on the RSI on the daily. Right in the middle. Which means you don't really do anything, right? You watch the charts, you learn. Alright, so those are MAs. Once you start to get into the EMAs, they're more strategy based. So you have your crosses, more strategy based. So here you can see I do also use EMAs. Now when I'm scalping, I personally like to use the EMA cross of the 9 over the 26. Trader Giants taught me this, and I like to use it on the 15-minute time frame. It's beautiful, right? We can see here we're actually threatening the cross to the downside. Yeah, these crosses of the 9 over the 26 are really, really useful, right? The EMAs, I mean, these are beautiful moves, but it is slightly more advanced, and it is more of a scalping strategy. Oh, thank you, brother. That's so kind. That's so kind, man. Y'all are trading under my link, right? So y'all are supporting me. And you know what? It's my passion to see y'all grow and to grow together. Like, I don't feel like I'm making it if my crew's not making it, right? Yeah, 9 over 26, but backtest it. Backtest it, right? Practice it. What's a dead cross scenario? Also, so just go into the links in the description and go to the crypto trading tutorials playlist and watch the death cross, golden cross, death cross. Watch the moving averages video and you'll understand it. But yeah, that's too kind, man. That's too kind. So much love. So much love. If you want to support me, trade under my links. Even if you're trading $10, if I make 10 cents, it's fine, right? You're supporting me. Henry, thank you so much. Y'all gonna make me blush. Let's go, let's go. And of course, if you're under my link, then you can take part in the giveaways. All right, so let's do the next code. The next letter in the code is a U. Don't share the full code. But yeah, everybody take a look at Husseini's app, right? Husseini has created a trading journal app, which is exceptional. It makes journaling so easy, right? So easy. Husseini, see if you can drop the link directly in the comments. Alright, how are we doing for those likes? Let's go. 43, 7 more likes. Let's go. Well done, everybody. Well done. 7 more likes and we smash. That giveaway gets activated. You know what? If we smash 100 likes, I'll do a double giveaway. I'll do a double giveaway. Alright, let's get through this BTC analysis. Okay, so just a couple of patterns here. Right, just a couple of patterns. I'm gonna stick to the daily for now. But it's always nice to go back and see how the patterns we were looking at did play out. Most of you will remember that we were looking at this inverted head and shoulders. This is one of my favorite patterns. And yeah, it played out very, very nicely, right? We were looking at this inverted head and shoulders. And this is one of the reasons to stay on the charts. Like, just check the charts at least once a week, right? Hopefully we're checking the charts every day. But check the charts at least once a week and just keep up to date with these patterns, because the more you watch them play out, the more familiar they will become. And technical analysis is not a lie, right? A lot of people think technical analysis is just people trying to justify their own gambling on risky assets, right? But technical analysis very often, if you do it properly, plays out directly to its target, right? It's uncanny how well these patterns play out. All right, there was the inverted head and shoulders. There were a few other patterns here we were looking at. So that's a nice target reached. And we also still have this bull flag, right? And this bull flag has not reached its target. I'm just going to do this quite quickly, but that is a very nice typical bull flag pattern with a very nice pole. We would say, yes, this pole is more technical. You know, it's straight up, it's beautiful, and that pole did get reached, and maybe that's it for that bull flag. But some analysts would say that this flag is actually all the way down from the bottom of this trend, and it's a lot bigger and a lot juicier, and maybe we are only a little bit towards the target of this bull flag. Every now and then, a bull flag will come back to retest that level and then go and reach its target. Right, that is a possibility that we come back, we retest this level, we go and hit the bull flag target. And don't be fooled, even then we can come down and hit that golden pocket. Right, just when you think the charts can't do something is when they will do it. Never be convinced. Right, and like I've said a few times, I do think that in the next half of this bull market, we're going to see price increases and decreases like we have never seen before. Every single market that happens gets more gnarly and volatile. Alright, let's go, and it's only getting more brutal. Once I've dropped the Market Cipher B, once I've dropped the Market Cipher B tutorials, it's gonna be a beginner to advanced, master course. There he is, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Mr. Tuffy, big ups, my brother, thank you so much for joining. Alright, so there were a few more things I wanted to do before getting into Tuffy's indicator. So let me actually pick up the pace here a little bit, and we're gonna get straight into ETH, I think, right? Let me just have a look here. Alright, so we could be starting a new bull flag here. There could be a potential new bull flag starting out. Y'all know I don't particularly like bull flags that much to be relied on, but yeah, this could be a new bull flag that we are seeing here with a target somewhere around there. Keep in mind, just seeing if I missed out anything here. Alright, something very nice to just be aware of. We often see this, right? Previous local top was retested. I've said this many times before. Always try to just keep note of where your previous local top was. And yeah, very simple strategy. Look at your previous local top for a nice sniper entry. And there we go. And yeah, happy anniversary to the Tuffy. I hope you're getting into some romance tonight. That is awesome, brother. That is awesome. And thank you for looking after this crew. Your expertise is very, very much appreciated. We are so grateful for you, brother. Alright, so I wanted to take a little look at the liquidation heat map. But you know what? What I want to do now... Where did our music go? Do we still have music? Alright, I'm actually going to stop the music for now, because what I want to do here is I want to create a video on this. Right? I want to create a video on this, and y'all know I wouldn't usually do this, right? But this This is my cycle top prediction for this bull cycle. Right, and let me be very, very clear here. This is not financial advice. I'm not going to take high leverage future trades on this prediction, but this prediction is feeding into my accumulation strategy and where I will sell some of my Bitcoin. Very small amounts. Most of you know I never really sell Bitcoin, right? But I am going to make a cycle top prediction. And it's pretty crazy, and this is why I want to put it here for the history books, right? So that in however long it takes, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, when we hit cycle top, we can see, Jordan got it terribly wrong, or Jordan nailed it to the dollar. And what I'm going to show you here, I'm not sucking out of my thumb, right? This is coming directly from maths. This is coming directly from Fibonacci, and it's beautiful, right? This is just a look into what can happen. And in my opinion, why huge names like Michael Saylor, Elon Musk are actually accumulating, right? I am looking for $1 million on Bitcoin, not this cycle, in the next 2 or 3 cycles, but in this cycle, I'm looking at a $330,000 top for Bitcoin. And it sounds crazy, right? It sounds like I'm another moon boy, but now I'm going to show you the maths, right? So I'm going to clean up the chart, and some of you have seen me do this before. But this is straight up mathematics. This is straight up science. This is straight up Fibonacci. And like I say, I'm going to turn this into a video, and I'm going to have it there on my YouTube, literally as a prediction. And let me be clear, these predictions are for fun, right? These are to test ourselves. So for this prediction, we will need to go back not only to the previous bull and bear cycle, but to that cycle before it. Because we will first need to understand what happened, what were the indicators that would have allowed us to predict this top. Right? And this is some big brain stuff, so just bear with me if you're new, and you can recap it in the video. But this is cool. This is making me super bullish for the cycle, I've told you I'm a little bit bearish right now. Even on the medium term, I'm a little bit bearish. But in the long term, this maths is making sense. All right, so just to be very clear, I'm going to go nice and slow. But this was our cycle top for our previous cycle. Everybody knows, 69K, right? We topped out. Then we had a bear market. So first, we need to figure out what was the maths that would have enabled us to understand how to actually find those price targets before they happened. And most of you know it is Fibonacci, right? Nothing on these charts is random. They are all predetermined levels. Number one, the first thing you do is you find your the first thing you do is you find your bear market bottom. And this is previous cycle. Right? We see our bear market bottom all the way at $3,000. Then you look for your bull cycle top. And you look at your next bear market bottom. Then you very simply take your Fibonacci retracement from that bottom to that top and you pull it out. Right? Then you will clearly see your golden pocket and you will see your fakie below your golden pocket. Which most times happen, as I explained earlier. Most times when you have a major golden pocket that is hit after a large dump, you will get so much FOMO into that move to the downside because there's so much fear that comes in. Right? People will be selling their portfolios because they will actually bow into that fear. When they should be buying, they will be selling off. And then you get these blow-off bottoms faking out below the 786. But for the sake of this tutorial and this prediction, all we need to know is that this is the pivot point for the Fibonacci strategy where we actually bottomed out and we pivoted below the 786. And then you go and you actually take out your Fibonacci retracement, and now according to the Fibonacci strategy, you use your Fibonacci extension to look forward to price action to see where we might reach. And this is where you have to widen your charts, open up your charts to give yourself some space. And this is us practicing for the next cycle that we're actually going to predict into the future. right? So now you take your Fibonacci extension, which is 3 points. You take it from the same point, which was the previous cycle low. You take it to the top. Then your third point is that exact pivot point of the Fibonacci golden pocket, that little fake out below the golden pocket that we saw. All right, and what do we see? We see every single Fibonacci extension level being hit like dominoes, like a knife through butter. And the further we get up into these extension levels, the more volatile our candles get. One of the reasons I say in this next part of this bull cycle, we are going to see bigger price increases and bigger price decreases than we have ever seen in the markets, right? I'll show you where we are currently at right now, and it is this level right here. It is looking like we could possibly in the near future enter into some heavy parabolic and very violent price moves up to our blow off top levels, which could be sitting right above the 4.764 level, which is one of our largest Fibonacci extensions. All right, so now that we understand the strategy and we can see how it has worked in previous cycles, we now go to the current cycle. Right, so very, very clear and simple. We just rinse and repeat. This was the top, this was the bottom. We take our Fibonacci retracement and we find the pivot point at the golden pocket in the fakie below the 786. There is your golden pocket. There is your fakie below the 786. You very simply draw in that pivot point so that you can use your Fibonacci extension as part of this Fibonacci golden pocket Fibonacci extension strategy. And as you can see, it's very mathematic, right? That's why I love it. And all we do now is we bring the charts once again to give us lots of space, and this is where it gets gnarly, right? This is where we actually have to give ourselves lots of space into the future, and you can see my green line. You can see that I've done this before. You take your Fibonacci extension from the same point at the bottom to the same point at the top that you used to find your golden pocket pivot, right? And then you drop it there at your golden pocket pivot and you put it in. And then what we can see is that very, very much, I mean, I would call this to the dollar. We have currently hit this 1.618 level on our Fibonacci extension. Right? Once again, if we go back to our previous cycle, I can quickly draw it in again. It's very easy. Boom, boom, boom. We can see that the equivalent level on the previous cycle was right here. And what did we see after that? The beautiful move all the way to the top of the Fibonacci extensions. So if we extrapolate that, extrapolate is just a big word that we use in technical analysis to say pulling one thing from another, right? If we extrapolate that same price move from historical movements. So if we say, okay, what happens if we go up and we hit that 4.764 and create a blow off top above it? What's going to happen? We are going to come up to $330,000. And this is where I say in this zone, we will see bigger violence than we have ever seen in these markets. We will see bigger pumps, bigger dumps. And this is where you do not want to wreck your portfolio, right? This is why you accumulate. Because trust me, this is going to be crazy. You're going to see something like this. And if you get involved with high leverage here and you're not using pro risk limitation, you are going to get rickety wrecked, right? Just like Rick from Rick and Morty, you're going to get rickety wrecked. Is everyone with me? We don't want to end up like that guy. You know what I'm saying? All right, so there it is. Maths has given us the prediction. I am right here, right now, predicting a $330,000 top for this cycle. Let's quickly have a look into the timeline for this, right? So we can understand how long is it going to take from here. And remember, history does not repeat itself, but history does tend to rhyme, especially when it comes to Bitcoin cycles. And if we look at how long it took, it's really, really quite interesting, right? So we simply measure from where we are, most likely now around the 1.618 level, all the way up to where we were above the Fibonacci's. And I'll say, actually, our cycle top took 329 days from the 1.6. From the 1.618, 329 days. So let's actually put a little bit more pressure on my prediction, right? And let's say if we reach that, when is 329 days to the prediction? Let's go. Let's go. Yep, there we go. Let's go. Somewhere around here, right? 329 days. That will take us somewhere towards the 5th of June 2026. All right, so right here, right now, for everyone to see, historically, I am predicting the 5th of June 2026, somewhere around that time, that level, 330K. Let me know if you're with me. Call me stupid, call me crazy, call me a moon boy, but you know what? When maths stares me in the face, I just have to bring it to y'all. And let's see, in the next almost a year, if I'm going to be patting myself in the back or I'm going to be bowing my head. Right, let's go, let's go. All right, thank you everybody for sitting through that. And I see the Tuffy crew is joining. Absolutely awesome. Please do smash that like button for me. And if you are here, please do me a favor and sub to the channel, y'all. Sub to the channel. There we go. Crazy but makes sense. That's what's so interesting, is that it's logical. It seems nuts. But this is part of the reason that we're in this industry, is because nuts things happen in Bitcoin. Right? If we go back to the previous cycle, everybody would have said that that's crazy. Literally. Everybody would have said that that price increase is crazy. From where we are now, price increased a massive 200%. They would have said no. They would have said no, it's not going to happen. Right? But maths called it. And I do believe maths is going to call it again. All right, so I see we're pushing for almost 300 live across the platforms. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And thank you to Tuffy for pulling your crew into the building. Mad love for Tuffy. Mad love for Tuffy's crew. Really awesome. And you know what? If we hit 100 likes, I will double the giveaway. And so awesome. All right, maths is there for us, right? Maths is there for us. Mad love from Tuffy. Tuffy gang, let's go, let's go. Oh man, Tuffy is one of my favorite peeps in this industry. And you know what, I'll even take it one step further. If we hit, what is it? If we hit 5,800, I'll even do another giveaway, right? If we hit 5.8k subs, I'll triple the giveaway. Because y'all are working for me, and I'm working for y'all, and that's how it goes. Alright, and please do sub, right? Sub to the channel so that you can be here every time with us. And I am going to be dropping beautiful tutorials on all of Tuffy's indicators. And you know what, I think I was going to do ETH and then Tuffy's indicator. But I think let's smash Tuffy's indicator now. Tuffy's crew is here, right? And y'all have got trading to do. Tuffy's dropping y'all signals. So I want to be here for the crew, and we just smashed 300 live. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I mean, oh my gosh. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this, because I do believe that's the most that we have had live. So thank you so much, everybody, for the support. That is absolutely beautiful. And Tuffy, what a big shout out to you. Alright, so I'm going to go through this indicator nice and slowly. Right, I'm going to keep the music off because I actually do want to also turn this into a very nice tutorial. So please let me know if everything is very nice and clear. And I'm going to break down one of Tuffy's gorgeous indicators for you right now, step by step. So just bear with me, right? I'm going to take it slow because this is going to be turned into a pro tutorial. We're looking at a high quality tutorial here. And I like to do it in a live environment, right? Because then it brings the energy. It brings the energy. And Tuffy crew, let me know what you think of that analysis, right? Not stupid. Thank you, brother. At least you don't think I'm stupid. But yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I love it. All right, keep that chat hot, y'all. Let's get into this. Just see what's happening here. Alright, is everything good? Okay, so this is a tutorial on the Tuffy Easy Trend Lines indicator. This is a paid indicator, but honestly, it's very cheap. It's lifetime access, and Tuffy is giving, for this crew, free trials to the indicator to test it out. So if you want to test out this indicator, go to Tuffy's DM in the description, send him my code, and he will allow you to try the indicator for free. It is a great indicator for beginners, and I'm going to take you through exactly why. Right? There's many reasons to use this indicator, even for the intermediates and the pros. Alright, so it is on TradingView. The first thing to do is to go to the Easy Trendlines link, which is in the description. Right, I'm actually going to drop this Trendlines link into the group now, so everybody can head to the actual landing page and check it out. Alright, so there is the Easy Trendline link. Really, really awesome. And the first thing to do is to come to the landing page on TradingView. Whenever you are using a new indicator, come to the landing page for that indicator so you can see what the creator of that indicator has to say about it. If you need a TradingView subscription, there is a discount link in my description, but actually you can use this indicator as one of your free indicators on a free TradingView plan. I would personally recommend always getting a TradingView plan, because that's where we do our analysis. That's where we're going to do our analysis 10 years into the future. My TradingView actually goes back 10 years into the past, and it is absolutely essential. It is a hugely, hugely powerful, profitable piece of software, and it is worth it. I know that when you first start trading, it's hard to buy plans, etc. But as you start to earn money, try to get yourself a TradingView plan. All right, so the first thing you will need to do is get your access to this indicator. So as I say in the description, pop Tuffy a DM, get a free trial, or you know what? Just buy this indicator. Just buy this indicator, you're buying it for life, right? Use the coupon code for a discount for this crew, but it will be yours for life, and actually it's going to save you time and it's going to make you money. Alright, so once you come here, first thing to do is to add it to your favorites so that you can easily add it to your charts, and then you come down to the description. So I'm going to go through all of this today, but always when you're using a new indicator, come down to the description and understand what has been said about that indicator. Alright, so Tuffy, please do interrupt me if I say anything wrong, but I have spent some time using this indicator and I absolutely love it. I think it's a banger, and I'm going to go through why I love it, how I've used it, and just how powerful I think it is. Alright, so precision reversal is another one that we're going to go into. It is another one we're going to go into, but for this week, we're keeping it easy, right? We're keeping it easy. So thank you, everyone. We are here on 420 viewers across the platforms. Absolutely lovely. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And I see you liking the stream, right? That means that I must be doing something correctly. Alright, so step one, you come to TradingView. Once you have favorited it on that landing page, you will then see it in your favorite indicators. There it is. And once you get access, you will have a green lock, meaning that Mr. Tuffy Bro has given you access to the indicator. Alright, then you simply add it to your charts. And before we even start using this, I'm just going to break it down a little bit. So the main use for this indicator is to automate your trend lines, right? So it's for beginners, and it will actually help you to understand how trend lines work, how to draw in your own trend lines. Most of us are visual learners. So what this indicator does is it helps you visually to learn through action how trend lines work and how to draw in your own trend lines. And you know what? This indicator is so precise that actually, why should you draw in your own trend lines? Because this indicator can save you time. So for beginners, it will teach you visually how trend lines work. And through visual learning, you will understand how to draw in your trend lines. Number 2, for intermediate and pro traders, it will save you time because you literally do not have to go and sit there and draw in your trend line, because one click of a button and Tuffy draws them in for you. Are you with me? All right, beautiful. Okay, so let's break it down. What is it? Right? Its core function is to automate the drawing of trend lines. The value is it saves time, and it also eliminates subjectivity. So this is one of the best things about this indicator, is that a lot of the time, especially beginners, you will draw in trend lines where you want to see them, right? Where you want to trade, where you would want to see a breakdown. And this indicator removes the subjectivity because it runs on an algorithm, and the algorithm is brutal, brilliant, and precise. So it removes the subjectivity. I hope everybody understands that. All right, the purpose: support and resistance identification, breakout trading, right? Trend line breaks, understanding when a trend line breaks. Of course, pattern recognition. We can clearly see here, symmetrical triangle identified. Beautiful. Very nice. And of course, trend confirmation. When you see the actual higher highs and higher lows coming in, you get your trend confirmations. All right, Tuffy, how am I doing? How am I doing, brother? We're going nice and slow. Oh, explaining like a G. That's what I like to hear. Let's go, and we're almost 600 live. That's what's up. Now I feel like a real YouTuber. Mom, I made it. I'm a real YouTuber. Oh, let's go. And shout out to my folks, if you are watching, for always supporting me. I know I have not been a straight down the line individual, but you know what? I put my head to things. All right, better than me, no stress. All right, so we're 620 live. Let's go. Everybody who's watching us live, just smash me a like right now, right? Smash me a like. I see we're over 100 likes, so I'm super grateful. But we're 600 live. Let's see if we can get 600 likes. Let's go. All right, I'm taking it nice and slow. I know it's a little bit grueling, but when I take it slow like this, it allows me to edit it very nicely into a video for you. All right, so we've been through how to add it, right? We've been through how to add it. I'll quickly show you again. You click the link in the description. You come to the landing page. You then go to get access by either buying the indicator or DMing Tuffy for your free trial. Then you go add it to your favorites. Then you come to TradingView. You come to your favorites under your indicators and you find it and you simply add it to your charts. Simples. All right, what I'm going to do now is a quick look at the settings. I have explored them a little bit, but to be honest, I would say just leave them, right? If you are a pro and you want to start getting into actually, using this indicator for very precise, very complicated strategies, I'm sure then you can go and change some settings, right? But I have used this indicator. It's very useful. It's very accurate. And I would say 300 is perfect for the depth. Very nice. I have not messed with the other sensitivity settings, right? If you want thicker lines, you can make thicker lines. I believe we can all see them in our charts for now. If you want to change your colors, say you are colorblind with certain colors, like I am, then you can, of course, as Tuffy has made it very nice. We can actually go change the colors. We can also take away some of the opacity if we would like. But I think these settings are perfect, so just leave the settings as they are. All right, and drop me a comment if you're from Tuffy Crew. Tuffy Army, I mean, it's for real, right? This Tuffy Army is for real. 600 live. Okay, so now I'm going to go into how to use this indicator for actual trading strategies. And the first one that I would recommend using it for is to understand a trending versus a ranging market. And we're going to skip through some time frames to see this. We can see here on the daily, it is clearly showing us that we are in a trending market to the upside currently. It's literally giving us our resistance trend line. Beautiful. And our support trend lines. Beautiful. It is also showing us that this is a large rising wedge. And let me tell you, when you're analyzing the charts, you can never pick up on everything. You want indicators like this with algorithms that can help you to identify, hey, I missed this massive rising wedge. And here we can see that price is in fact squeezing within these beautiful trend lines. So on this time frame, we can see we are in a trending market, and we would see either a break above the resistance trend line or a break below these support trend lines for a retest with a dump or a retest with a pump. Already we can see the value in this indicator. It's really, really nice. All right, let's see if we can quickly find a little bit more of a ranging timeline. And there we go, already on the 4 hour. We can see this is technically a 4 hour downtrend, but it is also a very clear range that we are getting from this indicator. This indicator is also giving us a beautiful way to just quickly draw in the parallel channel, right? It's telling us we are trending down within a channel. Really, really nice. And here are the pros. You can already see how this indicator saves you time. And through using this indicator, what I understand is that when you see confluence of coiling many trend lines in the same place like that, they are giving even more validity, right? Significance. And this is so awesome because already here you can see what a beautiful move these trend lines gave, right? This is where they printed. That is where the trend lines printed, and this is where you would have entered your short position, and you can see that there wasn't even drawdown. There wasn't even drawdown on this trade. Of course, you use risk to reward ratio, you make sure it's a 1 to 3, etc. You would have pulled your take profit down to the support trend line, and boom, Tuffy trendline indicator smashed for you an absolute beautiful short trade on the 4 hour time frame from the resistance. Very, very nice. And we can see that that is more of a ranging market. Yes, it's a downtrend, but it is also clearly ranging between these two lines. And you can actually use the parallel channels hedge trading strategy for that. Right? You open your shorts from the resistance, you open your longs from the support, and you make sure that you have your stop loss set above and below each, so that when this range breaks, and every range has to break, when this range breaks, either your long or your short will go into parabolic profit. Right? We've often spoken about the hedge trading strategy. It's the pro way to trade these kinds of ranging markets. All right, I'm taking it nice and slow. Let's see where we are. All right, so it gives you reversal points, as we saw here. It also gives you trend line breaks. Eventually, these trend lines are going to break, and that is when we would have the move to the upside. We can also see this beautiful trend line within the other trend lines. And I must say, this obviously saves you time in doing this, right? It saves you time. All right, so just bear with me. I'm going nice and slow to make sure I don't miss out on everything. And here we can see it has identified for us a beautiful candle pattern, which is this symmetrical triangle. So I'm just outlining it here for everybody to see the beautiful candle pattern. Right, this can be known as a bull pennant. It can be known as a symmetrical triangle. Watch my video in my crypto trading tutorials playlist if you want to learn how to trade these triangles. But very clearly, the Tuffy indicator has identified the triangle, and we are getting the squeeze within the triangle. So this would be an area where you could entertain a short. You can see you would already be in profit on the short from the resistance in the symmetrical triangle, and this is the area you would be looking to entertain your longs. And then, of course, if you're really looking for a breakout trade, you could trade the retest of either one of these, either to the upside or the downside. So already we can see that strategy is very beautifully enhanced through using this indicator. Okay, we're doing well, y'all. Okay, the biggest tip that I can give here is to combine this indicator with other indicators. And I'm sure Tuffy will attest to this, right? I'm sure as a creator, he will attest to this. And even here on the 4 hour, we can see that there is confluence, right? And especially here. So let's bring up our stochastic RSI. Stochastic is the more immediate RSI. And very, very nice how it is giving us confluence into the short that could possibly be coming in on this 4-hour time frame. All right, so I would combine it with volume, with your fixed range volume profile, with your RSI, as well as your moving averages. Of course, you can combine it with any other candle patterns or technical indicators that you would like to, but confluence is everything, right? This is not a sole indicator to use, but it is a tool to use with other indicators. Tuffy, correct me if I'm wrong. Very, very nice. More features coming soon. Let's go. All right, beautiful. The crew is loving it. Nice indicator. It is a really, really nice indicator. Like, it might seem simple, but actually, you know, when it removes the subjectivity from your own drawing, it starts to become super big brain. Because then you're starting to understand there are ways to cancel out your own subjectivity, right? We are humans. Humans will always be biased. What this indicator does is it helps you to act more like a robot. Is everyone with me? It helps you to cut out the emotion that causes us to be subjective. We want to be more objective when we are trading and when we are analyzing. All right, then another important tip is to confirm your trades with multiple time frame analysis. So say you were looking to enter the long here at this beautiful support or the short here at resistance. You simply skim down the time frames and you see, is there multiple time frame confluence on these levels? And as you can see, there most certainly is. Right, 2 hour, boom, 3 hour, boom, 4 hour. Even then head out to the daily and boom, there you go, 4 hour, maxing out beautiful confluence with the daily. Really, really nice, really important, multiple time frame analysis, always. Alrighty. Okay, so the use cases for this indicator, very simple. Swing trading from major support and resistance. Scalp trading on the lower time frames if you want to get into it. And trend following. Understanding what is the market structure. Are we in the trend? Is the trend broken? The trend is your friend until the end. And we're getting through it. So thank you so much everybody for bearing with me. We're getting through it. I like to go slow on these, right? And we're almost done. We're almost done. All right, so I just want to get into a few of the pros and cons. With any indicator that you use, there will be pros and there will be cons. All right, this one does have more pros than cons. Let me tell you that. And I will only use the indicators that do have more pros than cons because that's just simple logic, right? That's risk to reward. All right, the pros, time saving. As I say, removes subjectivity. And as I said, it helps visual learners to understand how trend lines work and how to draw in your own trend lines. All right, let's go. If the Tuffy crew gives me recognition, I know I'm doing well. Big ups, big ups. Pure math and technical analysis. Clean, unbiased, and accurate. Let the indicator do the work. You just follow the edge. Couldn't have said it better, man. Beautiful. When you draw trend lines yourself, you often draw what you want to see. Emotion takes over logic. But the trend line indicator from Tuffy has no emotions. All right, that's what I've been trying to get at, right? You draw what you want to see. This removes subjectivity. Very nice, Tuffy. Thank you for the help. All right, so the only cons that I could find is that in volatile markets, it may miss key trend lines if things are very volatile, right? And another con, I wouldn't see this as a real con, but you could see it as a con, is that it needs multiple confirmations. So you can't trade this on its own, right? You need other indicators, and that is just trading, but it could be seen as a con. All right, so some final thoughts and tips. The first one is to use it as a tool and not a standalone signal generator. So use it as a tool in confluence with other indicators. Use it as a tool to remove your subjectivity, a tool to help you to understand how to draw trend lines yourself, how trend lines work. Okay, biggest tip, pair with other indicators and it will work wonders for you. Remember, you always want at least 3, but you want 3 to 5 levels of confluence in any trade. See your trading strategy as a rope. The more strands you have in that rope, the stronger it will be. Each strand is a level of confluence, so an indicator which is giving you the same signal. All right, and one of the biggest tips I would give on this is to always back test it. Right, so just as I have done, I played around with this on a demo account and it was lovely. And now I'm ready to use it on a real account. With any new indicator that you use, especially a paid indicator, make sure that you back test it before you use it with live capital. Easy. All right, so if you've enjoyed it, please do like, share, and subscribe. As always, much appreciated. All right, and in the comments, once you've used this indicator, share your experience. Right now in the live, if you've used it, share your experience. If you're watching the tutorial, use it, come back, share your experience in the comments. All right, and check out the crypto trading tutorials playlist if you need info on all of the other indicators that you can use for confluence to help you use this indicator. Beautiful. There we go. We nailed it. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And thank you, Tuffy's crew, for showing up, hanging out with us for a bit. It is so much appreciated. And yeah, it runs on an algorithm. It runs on pure maths. And that tells you, you know what? This isn't just something random. Very nice. Tuffy, please let me know if I left anything out. Wow, potential as a content creator is crazy. Thank you, brother. That is my mission. That is my mission, to be the best content creator that I can be and bring the flavor. All right, superhero, let me know if you're in Tuffy's crew. Let me know if you're new to my crew. Please sub to the channel. I hope to get to know you. Let me know how long you've been trading. Let me know what your skill level is. And it's just awesome to see the crew hanging out. Thank you so much. 0 subjectivity, 99% objectivity. Beautiful. All right, combine it with Tuffy SMC order book or Tuffy Ultimate Buy. This combo is straight fire, clean setups. All right, beautiful. So right there, from the creator of the indicator, try to combine it with his other indicators. His smart money concept order block indicator. His ultimate 6 buy sell for sniper entries. All right, there we go. From the creator of this indicator. That is the sniper combo. There we go. That's the confluence you need. 3 beautiful indicators working together and literally generating signals for you, saving you time, letting you trade more. Thank you, Tuffy. That's awesome, brother. All right, so far tested 3 indicators from Tuffy. All right, what has the experience been? There we go. We have someone live who's tested these indicators. What has the experience been? All right, the tutorial will be incoming. I will drop it on my channel, and I'm actually going to do these tutorials on every single one of Tuffy's indicators. Right, Tuffy and I are brothers, and we work together. We support each other as much as we can. And you know what really brings us together is our love for community. Right, our love for community growth. 2 of them are really good. All right, let us know which ones those are. Most welcome. Most welcome. Oh, let's go. All right. Quick tip from the creator of the indicator. Add an alert on the breakout level using the easy trend line. Once price breaks, don't rush in. But if it aligns with the TA, with the EMA and the volume, if all confirms, take the trade with confluence. All right, there we go. Thank you, Tuffy. So what you can do is actually, I didn't think of this. I didn't realize you're taking it this far. All right, I didn't think of this, but let me add this in. All right, so there's a pro tip from the creator of the indicator. You can right-click on a trend line. You can add an alert for the break of that trend line. There we go, upward breakout signal. And please do backtest this. Right, but you can set an alert on TradingView to let you know when that trend line breaks. Then you look for confluence with your volume, with your other TA, with your moving averages. And I would say, at first, play this safe. Right, you might miss the breakout, but I would say at first, wait for a retest. So you see the alert come in. You see that the trend line has actually been broken. Then you wait for the retest of that trend line, and if there's volume, you take your trade. Beautiful, Tuffy. I love it. We're really getting to the bottom of this. This is awesome. All right. Much love in the crew. Much love in the crew. Can the tutorial be dropped in your Telegram? Yes, I will drop it. I will drop it. I love the order block precision reversal. All right. So I think that's the next one I'm going to do. I've seen the signals coming from it. I've seen those of you who have been using it. Absolutely awesome. Precision reversal. Thank you, Tuffy crew. I'm loving this. Rick, my brother. Perfect tips from Tuffy. There we go. I also do this. I wait for the retest and entry at the order block. All right, so it seems like you take 3 of Tuffy's indicators and you're almost just trading, right? You're just trading. You're not working anymore. All right, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. That was awesome. I am going to turn that into a tutorial. I think let's get back to the charts, right? Thank you so much, Tuffy crew, for being here. Absolutely awesome. And we did smash the 100 likes. We did smash the 100 likes. Let's go. Awesome stuff. All right, so I will do a double giveaway. I will do a double giveaway. Liquidity heat map. I'm going to check it out shortly. All right, so just give me 1 second. We're going to get back to the charts and we're going to look at Ethereum next. Just give me 1 second. Alright, so we're getting now into the more fun part of the stream. I love it that we've done the hard work, right? We've done the hard work and now we can start to actually have some fun. Hopefully we'll do some live trading. But let's get the tunes back on. Let me know if the levels are good. And let's go into some ETH. And Tuffy crew, let's go. If you see a signal, right? Give me a signal. We'll do some live trading. And I can't wait to start using that Tuffy Ultimate 6. I can't wait to start using that SMC. Because we're going to be throwing some banger live trades, right? Alright, let me know if you can hear the beats. Let's get some momentum going and let's go straight into Ethereum. This sounds too chill. Alright, that's cool. Oh damn, look how Tuffy's indicators smashed that level. Wow. Sheesh. So I haven't actually been following this on Ethereum, but it looks like this trend line actually printed here. And that was a sniper move. Let's not even deny it. That was a sniper move at the center of the retest of the golden pocket that I'm going to explain now. But there we see it. Tuffy indicator just smashing the moves. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, so let's take it off for now. Let's try not be subjective, but let's try use our brains. Alright, 5 minutes scalp, live trade, enter with $1,000. Yeah, we're getting to that point, brother. You know what? We will soon be there. We will very soon be there. Classic pop music. Oh, then you can't hear me speaking, right? There's too much vocals. There's too many vocals in the classic pop music. Alright, so bring it to me in the Discord if you have any live charts. I will go through your charts. I will make sure I make time for that. The Discord link is in the chat. If you have anything on the charts that you want me to see on ETH, on the alts, even on Bitcoin, bring the flavor, bring the heat. Alright, so I'm going to move quite quick here. How are we doing? Alright, we've been doing an hour and 30 minutes. We're doing really, really well. My voice is holding up, it seems. We don't know the outcome of $1,000 trade. You know what? I've got a good track record with live trading, because when you're live trading, you put your money where your mouth is, right? You embarrass yourself if you make silly moves. So you be very careful about making sure that you have a solid strategy and you follow that strategy. And yeah, very soon we'll be smashing those live trades, right? Once I've taught the Market Cipher B to everyone, we're going to act as a crew and we're going to scalp $1,000 live trades for sure. Alright, so everyone should be pretty aware by now, if you're in my community, of my 2 major golden pocket levels. I did drop this in my community, so well done if you have been following along. Very, very nice. I said there, ETH is looking really bullish. Stack your bags, low leverage longs, DCA, beautiful. Right, there was the golden pocket that I was looking for, and what's so bullish here is that we did not just come up to that golden pocket, but we actually smashed directly through the golden pocket level, which is hugely bullish. Because this golden pocket retracement, let me go slow for the crew, you draw it in right from the top to the bottom. So that's Fibonacci retracement in reverse. And you get your golden pocket level. Alright, let's go from candle body to candle body. I'm just doing it quickly now, then you cluster it with the wicks. And there we go, the wick one is looking nice, right? You get your golden pocket. Right in the center of your golden pocket is the statistical middle. Remember, your golden pocket is a zone. That's why they call it the pocket. But I like to always draw in the middle line. And what we can see here is this is where we should have clipped the short, right? That's technically what should happen, is that we should get a reversal there. But ETH was just so bullish after such major downtrending for so long, right? Being undervalued for so long that Ethereum actually smashed straight through that level. And even more bullish than that, now we have retested the middle of that golden pocket and we actually moved up out of that golden pocket, which is very, very nice. Alright, so scenarios from here on, we could of course keep going up towards the Fibonacci extensions. I already showed you in my prediction how I get those extensions. It's very simple. I'll show you again shortly. But really, I hope this chart is not too confusing. But the major pattern that is very obvious here is that we are in a massive triangle squeeze on Ethereum. It's gigantic and it's staring us in the face. Massive fake outs at the top. This could be a fake out. From here, we could come down to retest this triangle with some nice volume, and that would be a really good sign that we are ready to move up towards our Fibonacci extensions, which are super bullish, right? And it's not just me who thinks so. I'm going to show you some pro analysis from institutional traders. That is exactly what I'm thinking too, and I'm very bullish on ETH, right? It is my heaviest DCA at the moment. Ah, thank you, brother. Yeah, I was very proud of the ETH analysis because I told y'all to DCA. I told y'all to get bullish. And from that post, we are 70% up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright, so what I would like to see would be a very nice retest. And what could also happen is, remember, we front run that golden pocket. Front run the golden pocket from that level, so we could even enter back into the symmetrical triangle, even come back down to test the support, and I would welcome this. I would welcome this kind of a dump so I can buy more ETH at these levels, because I see ETH going above $10,000. I see ETH going to $18,000. I know that sounds crazy. Right, so there's your scenarios. Either we keep going to the moon from here, which is possible, but as I always say, it wouldn't be the most healthy, right? We can see the market structure. We want to see a higher low. We want to see a higher low. Alright, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I know we're moving through time, but I'm going to quickly show you how I got my Fibonacci extension levels and why I'm so bullish. Then I'm going to show you some pro institutional trader analysis on this. I'm going to move on to altcoins, y'all. We're going to have some fun, right? We're going to do market charts, Bitcoin dominance, etc. I'm going to smash a whole lot of altcoin trades. ETH has strong potential for sure. I need a book to jot down. Some of us like to still write, right? See what I do? I write in my Bybit journal. right in my journal. Check my P&L at Crypto TV. Drop it into my Discord. Drop it into my Discord. Let's have a look. So in the Discord, go to live trading charts. Okay, very simple on ETH here, right? We can see Fibonacci. I'm just going to go very quickly here, right? Fibonacci, there was the fake out below the 786. So just like I showed you on my prediction, first you do your retracement from previous bear market low. And the cycles on Ethereum are just getting gigantically bigger each time. Like, look how this previous cycle is dwarfed compared to the next cycle. There is a lot of room for growth when it comes to Ethereum, right? Because its market cap is not anywhere near Bitcoin yet. And actually, some say that it's smarter, right? Because it's programmable, it has smart contracts. Anyway, there is our fake out below the 786. There is our Fibonacci pivot point. And once we have that, we can very quickly, very easily draw in our Fibonacci extensions. And this is where you got to give yourself room on the charts, right? And to see exactly which extensions would be hit, we would have to go back to previous cycle to actually check this out. But for the sake of time, we're just going to do it previous bear market low, previous bull market high, down to the Fibonacci pivot point. We pull it out, and there you can see I've actually drawn in these Fibonacci extensions, and these are going to be my take profits. Right, my Ethereum trade is a banger. It's balling. My 2x Ethereum trade is on the move. It's a nice position. It's nicely in profits, but I'm not going to take profits yet. Right, that was a take profit level. But honestly, I'm going to be a little bit more greedy when it comes to Ethereum, and I'm actually going to build my position if we come somewhere down below my entry. My first take profit will be here at all-time high at the Fibonacci extension. Can you see how that extension is all-time high? That's a hugely significant level. I will take something off the table there. But honestly, it would seem more likely to me that we'd move up to the next Fibonacci, and that could possibly be a top because that would be a higher high. Alright, let's hit some synthwave. I think it's time for the synthwave. Alright, and then we can clearly see here. Oh, let me keep that in actually. That's a nice little risk to reward ratio we've got there. Then we can see where these Fibonacci extensions go. Right, and remember on the previous Bitcoin cycle, we actually went above the 4.764. And I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. Right, for ETH, I'm at least looking for this 3.618. And when I tell you numbers, right, I'm not pulling them out of nowhere. Alright, that is the 3.618 Fibonacci extension, and this will most likely be my full TP. Maybe I will leave a few percent in the trade. Alright, but my trade will be, sheesh, in so much profit by then. Alright, it'll be a 740% on spot, so we're looking at a 1,500% on a 2x. And yeah, let's quickly have a look at the trade. I love me some synthwave, and thank you so much to my followers. Thank you so much to my followers on copy trading. So much love to you for sticking through me, putting your money behind me and this long-term strategy that we have on alts. Alright, so just for those of you who don't know, these are portfolio margin trades on low leverage. Portfolio margin trades are even longer term than swing trades. Right, they are cycle long trades. And what happens here is you try to get an entry as low as possible, you build into your drawdown, and I must say it's not ideal for copy trading. It's not ideal for copy trading, right? Copy trading, you want to be raking in daily profits. And I'll get there. I'm focusing on content right now. Once I'm finished my market cipher courses, etc., I'll start day trading on this account. But I'm using this copy trading as a portfolio margin for when altcoin season tops out. Right, so this is when I will close all of my trades. When we top out into altcoin season, I had a major learning. Right, I was in massive profits when we topped out here, but I didn't close the trades, right? I got more greedy and I thought we were going to chill in altcoin season. And I didn't take enough profits. But what I've done is I've doubled down all the way down, DCAing, adding to my positions here in Bitcoin season. And now, as you can see, we're moving up nicely back towards altcoin season. And when we hit this orange-red zone, we'll close out all the trades. and I'll actually then start to look for cycle top, and I'll start to look for the shorts. But yeah, we can see the ETH trade, it's doing well. It's doing really well. It's a nice size position. It's looking good on the 2x, and I'm actually just going to be a little bit more greedy here and not take anything off the table as of yet, because I'm still pretty bullish, right? We might even lose these profits back to our entry, and that is where I will start adding more to the position, because I'm very confident in the Fibonacci extension levels that I've drawn out there, right? We might not go to 18k, but we're going to go to 5k, 6k, 7k, and that's where I'll start to take some initial profits on this trade. All right, is everyone following me? Let me check on the chat. Yeah, 18k sounds crazy, but it's also maths, right? It's also maths. We've done it before. BTC 250. Oh, remember, BTC 330. ETH 18. All right. Yes, this will of course be posted. If you want to recap it, I will also add chapters tonight once we're done. Yeah, always good to track your trades. Yeah, please check out Husseini's journal app. Thank you very much. 120 likes, let's go. Yeah, 5 to 7 easy. 5 to 7 easy, and that's where we have to lock in profits, right? And the rest is bonus. The rest is bonus. Yeah, so I'm gonna look at the heat map. I actually, for some reason, left that out. Thank you for that. So looking back at Bitcoin, we can see the heat map here is looking like, I mean, there are lots of ways to use this heat map, right? It's different on different time frames, it's different on different order books. I'm yet to find the best resource for this, which is like all-encompassing. I wish I could find a resource that encompasses like a lot of order books. There's too many vocals here. Alright, let's go for this one. But for right now, this is what I'm looking at, and here you can see basically it uses this scale here for heat, and we can see that around 120,000 is where massive liquidations will take place, and there will be a domino effect of liquidations which will actually act as buys, right? So that's where people will get liquidated on their shorts, and it will allow the whale's liquidity to really go parabolic and push us above all-time high. Alright, let me just check ETH. I don't want to miss anything out here. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, so what I must say I think has been happening here is actually, it's crazy, but it's like Ethereum is still small enough in market cap to be manipulated. And I think this has been manipulation by the whales so that they could actually accumulate at these low prices, right? No one thought there was going to be a 1.4 Ethereum. And that's where I told everyone, if Ethereum hits 1.4, I'm going to buy some, right? Usually I just DCA. Everybody knows I usually just DCA. And yeah, some of you saw my live trade there. It was so frustrating, right? I was in a 100x live trade, and I entered right there, and I got stopped out right there. In the same stream, we entered and got stop hunted, and it was a massive learning, right? It would be 183% up here on 100x. It would be an 18,000% long trade, and it was decent liquidity. But Bitman said in that trade, he's like, put another limit entry where your stop is. I didn't listen, I got stopped out, and I mean, that was the bottom. That was literally the bottom. Every time this kind of thing happens, you can only learn from it. But I've come to think that this brutal bleeding out of ETH was very tactical by the whales to give this level where everyone's saying ETH is dead, I don't want ETH anymore, right? This is where people started selling off their ETH, and the whales said, fine, give it to me, I'll accumulate ETH. And then this is where we saw them kicking back in. Whale accumulation looking beautiful. Alright, I think that's good for ETH. So we're also going to look at ETH against BTC from here, which actually starts to become more of an altcoin analysis chart. Yes, it's an ETH analysis because it tells you when to start flipping your spot profits from Bitcoin into Ethereum. But we can see that Bitcoin has been very dominant over Ethereum for a long time, and we could see where literally all the fear kicked in. right? That was where the fear kicked in and everyone said, you know what, Bitcoin's going up, I'm just going to sell my ETH because ETH is dead and I'm going to put it into Bitcoin. And actually they should have been doing the exact opposite thing. Because once the whales decided to flip it, right, as soon as BlackRock, and I said it here, BlackRock is selling BTC for ETH, and they publicly announced that. What happened as soon as that happened? The liquidity flipped around, the imbalance started to change, and ETH started pushing back up. Now we see ETH against BTC back in this beautiful pipeline. And this is where we can start to really get bullish on balancing our portfolios. Right? Personally, I have not been spot trading Bitcoin to sell any Bitcoin at these kinds of dominance changes because I'm accumulating Bitcoin for those much higher levels. If I was spot trading, I would balance out some Bitcoin and put it into Ethereum. Because now we can see that Ethereum is accumulating towards a breakout of this heavily downward sloping market structure and pipeline for a nice move of dominance. And this will actually be our altcoin season. Remember, ETH leads the alts. Okay, beautiful. So from here I want to go into market charts, and I think a nice segue from ETH against BTC is of course straight into Bitcoin dominance. Right, not too much has changed here. I go through Bitcoin dominance every single time and my analysis is still the same, that I want more blood on altcoins. Right, I've said many times that at any point we could smash into an altcoin season, but that personally I would like to see this level right here because that would give us more room for an altcoin season. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because we did go through this and not much has changed since our last live stream. But remember, we spoke about something similar happening here to what we're seeing here, and we're seeing a kind of little fake out below this parabolic curve. And we could see more Bitcoin dominance come in. Let me just recap why exactly I'm going for this level. Because previously that is where we have seen our largest altcoin cycles, our altcoin seasons pop off from. Right, it is the top of our major parallel channel on Bitcoin dominance. And I hope y'all have been stacking, I hope y'all have been DCAing, right? Because this is how it moves, this is how it works. Once we get up here, there's going to be much more chance of smashing straight into an altcoin season. Alright, thanks so much everybody for being here. If you are watching on Twitter or another platform, come through to YouTube, join us on YouTube. 118 likes, rocking it, and also awesome to have the Tuffy crew here. I know that they move as a herd. They are literally an army, right? The Tuffy crew is an army. Tuffy, thank you so much if you're still with us, my brother. Swing trading works well on coins that aren't super volatile, definitely. If you're trying to swing trade something like gold, it gets tricky. Yeah, and I've seen swing traders on gold get wrecked. It's been rough. Usually need a big portfolio. Who's watching on Twitter? Drop a comment, come through to YouTube. I see we have some viewers on Twitter. Otherwise, the drawdown's hurt. In this case, scalping or day trading makes more sense. You can get in, grab your profit. Yo, so I learned this firsthand, bro. I learned this firsthand because I am in portfolio margin trades on the more volatile coins that I do believe in, but it's been rough, right? Virtuals, JASMY, even NEAR are in big drawdown and I overextended myself too early. So always a learning, Taking notes, beautiful. All right, I missed some chat. All right, ADA. It's like first on my list for alts. We'll definitely get into it. Let's just smash our market charts. ADA, it's like, you know I'm biased though, right? You know I'm biased on ADA because I love that coin. It's my favorite coin. It's my favorite coin. So I have like this bullish bias because I mean, I know you're a whale too. I know you're bullish fundamentally on ADA. Quite a strategy on scalping, exactly. Yeah, Tuffy will reply. Tuffy will reply. He's a G and he's here for the crew. He's here for the crew. D-Boss following. ETH next BTC. Alright, so I do believe BTC will always have its place, right? As the OG, as the novelty, the tokenomics are very different, right? BTC has halvings, right? BTC has that very, very limited supply that's running out, etc. So I think there's always place for BTC and ETH, and I don't think ETH will ever rise above BTC's price, but I do think that ETH will outperform in terms of percentage gain, will outperform Bitcoin in this cycle. So like if you look at the percentage gain to the top of the Fibonacci's on ETH, it's a bigger percentage gain, which means outperformance, if everyone's with me. Bro, you better not look at my TA on ADA, because yo, I'm so bullish on that asset, man. I'm so bullish on ADA. I think ADA has the bamboo effect, right? I've heard Charles Hoskinson speak about this quite often. The bamboo effect is where ADA makes roots in fundamental development, and it doesn't care about price. It makes roots for years and years and years, and then the fundamental development kicks in, and you see this direct, it's not even parabolic, it goes straight up like a bamboo shoot. And he likens it to bamboo because it's fairly cool. It's like spiritual, it's philosophical, but basically that's what bamboo does. It spends a lot of time underground creating its roots, and then the growth that happens is extremely rapid once it does happen. Oh yeah, it's been way too long. It's been way too long. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, let's go. F. Capital F is the third letter in the code. $88 crew can make it $3. Yeah, so you know, I'm not even gonna sell at 5, I don't think. Like my real goal for ADA, for portfolio, for starting to sell just a little bit of my spot is $10. And I bought ADA at 15 cents. Even below, I think my first was around 3 to 5 cents on Cardano. And I wish I bought more, obviously, but at least I bought some and I'm still holding it. So it's almost like we should just look at Cardano now, but I'm trying to teach the crew good habits, right? So you never skip too early. Alright, so from BTC dominance, what I like to do is I like to go into total. And total market cap is very important, as it is, of course, the total market cap of every single crypto, including Bitcoin and Ethereum. And really nice to see here that we are absolutely cruising. Absolutely cruising. I mean, there's a lot of analysis we can do here. I'm not going to spend too long on this, but we can see where my levels are. And what's interesting here is it's very similar to Bitcoin. Right, so we've got the golden pocket sitting below us here from that trend. We've also got this major golden pocket sitting somewhere here. So pretty much all the analysis that we did on Bitcoin, you can also do on Total 3, including the Fibonacci extensions, to see where we're going. Alright, so let's quickly do that. We'll take our Fibonacci retracement from bottom to top. We see, was it a golden pocket? Yes, it was clearly a golden pocket. Then we take our pivot point and we take our Fibonacci extension. Give yourself lots of room because you know it's going to be gnarly. And then you do same levels on your Fibonacci extension, bottom to top to bottom. And it's nuts. I mean, we could be looking at a 15 trillion valuation for crypto in this cycle. Crazy, crazy, y'all. And you know what? I mean, we even saw today, when we go into the news, we'll see what Trump did today. And I saw YouTubers talking about, you know, trying to quantify what today's move meant. When they talk about 401ks, right? 401k is the American version of a retirement fund. Pretty much every American has it because you need it to get into the best, like, medical aid services, right? A lot of the time, even to have a good job, if you have a good job, they will give you a 401k. There is... People are trying to quantify, but they say there is $9 trillion inside 401ks. So we'll actually, I want to try keep all the news together, right? So we'll look at the 401k when we look at the news. But if we take 9 trillion, you know, that could already take us up to this Fibonacci here, up at around 11 trillion, right? Further up to this Fibonacci 13 trillion. Absolutely crazy. And if you go back in time to the previous cycles, you'll see that these Fibonacci's were smashed. These Fibonacci's were smashed in market cap. And I know some of you will get bored, but I love Fibonacci, right? Fibonacci just tells us everything. Isn't it nice to see how our market cap has just gotten so parabolic? But yeah, very simple to see, right? You take wherever the market bottom was, you take it up to the top, you bring it across, you see, was it a golden pocket? Yes, we got that fake out below the 786. We take our Fibonacci pivot point, we then throw in the extension, and I'm going back, right? I'm going back in time now to see if they were clubbed. And we take the same points, bottom, top, then we take it down to Fibonacci pivot point. And there we see it was, for previous cycle, was that 3.618. Right? 3.618 that was clubbed. Which would mean 13 trillion into the, like 13 trillion valuation for crypto. Alright, I hope we're all following. From here, what I like to do is to go to total 3. Alright, I love total 3 because this is our altcoin total market cap, right? It takes all of your market cap and it excludes your Bitcoin and your Ethereum because those are Goliaths. Those are giants and they will skew your analytics on the altcoins. So this is our altcoin market cap. We can see a beautiful breakout out of the symmetrical triangle without a retest. Keep in mind, we have not retested that level. Altcoins could see the blood back down to retest this line before actually moving up, and it would still look pretty bullish according to altcoin market structure for this cycle. We might even see higher high there, higher low there. That's even looking more market cycle-ish, market structure-ish. Right, I'm not going to spend too long on this, but we could do the same thing with the Fibonacci extensions on this cycle and the previous cycle. Alright, then I like to go into my actual market charts. So market charts are what can give you leading indicators into the crypto market. So a lot of the time, actually I think it's this liquidation heat map that's slowing us down, slowing down my computer. Let me exit that. Alright, so a lot of the time analysts will actually, before they look at crypto, they will look at these market charts. And not too much has happened here on the S&P 500. On your tech stocks, the S&P 500 is your tech stock, but it's nice to always just check back in. And we can see that after that massive tariff dump, you know, we saw that whole thing, everything that happened with ChatGPT. You know, there was that kind of like Chinese version of ChatGPT, which was apparently so much cheaper, and then it was like a hack situation, everything, and the tariffs. We saw these massive dumps, and then we saw S&P 500 just recover. I mean, so many people lost money. So many people then got into the market and made money. People who just held, of course, are, you know, above where they held at, which is really nice, or at a similar price. But we can see, according to the technical analysis, that we have been now struggling to get back into the upward sloping pipeline. Let me know if this song is too hectic. But what we can see here is that this is a little bit scary, because we are struggling to get back in. What we want to see is a continuation of this very nice trend, right? This was abnormal. This was black swan. Because we saw crazy bearish stuff. We saw war. We saw large-scale AI hacks. We saw tariffs. And we saw this bearish confluence giving us a black swan event. Now we're moving back into, hopefully, our nice, chilled, normal trajectory for tech stocks to keep moving up. But what we're seeing is that this would be a great time for Trump to drop a bomb. Right? He's just dropped bullish stuff today that we're going to talk about. But we're getting to know Trump's MO now, right? And it's bullish, pump the crypto markets, make everybody happy, and then drop some crazy bombs about global markets, literal war bombs, and dump the markets. So just be careful, because what we're seeing here is a struggle to get back in. And we could see a retracement, right, for this kind of market structure. So for that, we can just pull on our Fibonacci extension. And to be honest, I don't think we will come as low as the 0.6, the golden pocket. But in my opinion, we could come down and hit the 0.236. And this would mean a big dump on Bitcoin. Remember that if tech stocks dump, remember Bitcoin is tech. It would hit mining, right? It would hit global stocks, and Bitcoin does take a hit. And I do believe that could be the move that brings us down to that 92k on Bitcoin for that golden pocket and that beautiful CME gap. All right, from here we can also look at the Dixie. And yeah, Dixie's trying to make up its mind here, so just be careful. Let's clean this up for now. Right, for those of you who aren't aware, Dixie is the US dollar against a basket of other global currencies. And we can see that the Dixie right now is in very uncertain circumstances. Remember that for crypto, so crypto, Bitcoin is not involved in this chart, but it is seen as being similar to the assets that are in the basket, because the basket of assets are similar to Bitcoin. Right, we've got the yen, we've got the pound, etc., which is in the basket, which is against the US dollar in this index. And crypto is also seen as a higher risk asset, like that basket of assets. And you know what we can see here is the Dixie has to make up its mind. So just to break this down for you, if this comes down, it's good for us. Right, it's good for us because it means that there's more money flowing into higher risk assets like Bitcoin. But if it comes up, it's really bad. And it can come up, right? This is the golden pocket. This is literally the center of the golden pocket of this trend that the Dixie has now bounced at. And I see a whole lot of new crew hopping in, which is absolutely awesome. So thank you so much. If you are new to my stream, please sub to the channel. And let me know in the chat if you are new to the stream. Let me know how long you've been trading for. Smash the like button, sub to the channel. And a massive welcome from me. Let me know if you enjoy the analysis. And I hope to see you all in the future. Very, very cool to see YouTube pushing me out on the algorithm. Smash that like button, sub to the channel. So I see y'all dropping the hearts. That's awesome. That's awesome, but try to actually like the actual stream, right? Okay, so just be very, very aware here. I called this. I said we could move up from here. We did get that move. It's very dangerous. We could see a continuation from this golden pocket back. These are the resistance levels. We got to be careful here on the Dixie. An entry back into this channel would be pretty devastating. This is another thing that could bring us down to that 92k level on Bitcoin, to that CME gap, etc. If we continue to move down past this golden pocket and retest it, that's what would be very, very bullish for Bitcoin and for our altcoin season. All right, let me know in the chat if you're following. Please give me 1 second. Alright, no stress if you're just joining. Better late than never. And you know what? Please do go through what we've done in the past 2 hours, because it has been really, really cool, and I do believe very important. ABM, what's up? Thank you, Rick. New since 2023. Let's go. I love now that I can really picture your face. So Ike and I met in Florence, in Italy. What a beautiful day, and I can't wait to come back. Oh, I can't wait to come back to Italy. It's just the best. I love it. My favorite place. Italy and Switzerland are like tie, right? Right, so who's new? Victory, welcome. No stress. Yeah, buy the blood, right? Buy the blood. If you bought tech stocks, like I'm just kicking myself because I didn't buy Nvidia. And you know what's so awesome now is I can finally buy Nvidia on Bybit. The one reason I haven't bought Nvidia is because it's such a mission to buy. You have to go through other brokers, and I just want to use Bybit. And I don't know if y'all remember, but 3 years ago, I was streaming on the Bybit SA community and in the English community and in Art of Trading for those OGs who have been around for a while. And I was like, I want to buy Nvidia, right? Nvidia's gone up like how many? 300% since that time. And I have not bought it. And I do think it's this, like, I was chatting to an OG analyst, and I said, like, you know, I still want Nvidia. Like, it's taken me 3 years, I haven't bought it, but like, I still want it. And then I saw the announcement hit that now you can buy Nvidia on Bybit and you can hold it. So I'm just gonna do it, right? Because honestly, I love Nvidia. Like right now, the reason I can do such complicated things, I have 3 screens running, I have 3 trading platforms running, I have StreamYard running, right? The reason I can do this all is because I'm running on an Nvidia GPU. Ah, Tuffy, I'm with you, brother. Moment of silence for those who did not buy Nvidia. Like, we use Nvidia, we buy Nvidia GPUs, but we didn't actually buy into the stock, even though we know that we love it so much. Alright, I'm really glad you do love TradFi, because I know there's issues, right? Any new pioneering thing will have issues, and it is pioneering. Remember that Bybit TradFi is the first offering by a crypto centralized exchange for stocks like that. Yeah, you can buy Nvidia now, it's awesome. Alright, y'all, it's time to get into some altcoins. I need to start using my walking desk. Do you think it would be distracting, or do you think y'all would be fine if I was streaming on my walking desk? Because I would be able to stream for a lot longer. You know, my butt hurts. I've been sitting for 2 hours. I'm an active person. I can't deal. I have a walking desk setup. It's so cool. It goes up and down automatically. It has a treadmill underneath it. Even my GPU is ADA edition. ADA! A Cardano edition of GPU? No way. No way. ADA generation. What does that mean? Is it actually connected to Cardano, or did they just call it ADA? Like Ada Lovelace. RTX 600. I think mine is similar. I'll have to check what mine is. Just joining. Let's go. Do I have any local stocks on the JSE? I don't, eh? I don't trade the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Trader Giants does. Trader Giants does, and he's made a couple million rand. A couple $100,000 trading the JSE. But it's not for me, hey. I'm into crypto. I'm only getting into stocks now. Alright, Ada Lovelace. That's badass. Yeah, AMD Ryzen, right? Now people are having problems with the Ryzen. Ryzen was like, wow, so cool. But this RTX series, oh man, my computer right now, basically, they've told me, I was like, max it out, give me, and it was crazy what it cost or whatever. But they told me that your computer, I got it from Nvidia, they told me your computer, the GeForce RTX, it says here, right here. They told me NASA uses your computer. I was like, okay, cool. If NASA's using it, it must be dope. Alright, y'all, so from here, I think let's smash alts, and then if we have time, there's also some very important news I want to look at. And I also want to take ChatGPT for a bit of a ride. There's some very interesting prompts I want to give ChatGPT that can help us. Also want to chat about something that I'm thinking of bringing to the crew. I wanted to bring it today, but we weren't ready yet with the demo, with the links, etc. And yeah, I also want to take some time to go through the Discord. So if anybody has charts that they want us to look at, drop them on the Discord. I'll bring them up live. And I also want to go through a little summary of Ben's keynote, because there were a few interesting things in the keynote. Right, Ben is my favorite individual in this industry, and every 6 months he gives a keynote. Alright, so bear with me here. I want to go through a couple of my trades. And Tuffy, we'll start with ADA, right? We'll start with ADA. But I actually want to go through a couple of my trades here on copy trading so that I can set take profits. So that I can add to some of the trades. Right, some of the trades I will be adding to at market price if the signals are right. Some of the trades I will be setting limit orders lower down for price to come and pick up that level, right? You know I'm calling for a retracement on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin dumps, altcoins will dump as well. And I want to pick up that liquidity and add to these, yeah, pretty crazy position trades we have going. All right, so Cardano, you can see slightly below my entry. I'm actually very tempted to add to this trade right here. I would not mind a slightly bigger trade here. Alright, stochastic is giving us an alright signal to add to the trade, moving up from the bottom, but RSI did not technically reach the bottom. Let's quickly actually look at the ADA chart to see what Market Cipher B is telling us, and yeah, to see if we can just set an alert for where... Right, if the TA will tell us where to put our limits, or if we can set an alert on an indicator like Market Cipher to tell us where would actually be a likely place for a limit order to pop off. Okay, so there we go. Cardano on the daily moving back into the parallel channel. Front run of the median line of the parallel channel. Very likely that we will see lower levels here, purely due to the fact that we have not retested this median line since breaking it. Alright, parallel channel, very, very easy to draw in. I've drawn it in from this wick. I just like these touch points. Right, so for me, these touch points are significant, and these are our fake out levels out of the parallel channel here. Of course, this is subjective. Alright, parallel channels to a certain degree are subjective, so draw them in how you want to draw them in. But where I've seen the most significance is where I have placed my parallel channel. Remember, you want your most touch points. And we can see here that I was pretty spot on, right? Because that hammer, that wick, came in beautifully at that support, and that was literally our current bottom, down around 50 cents for Cardano. I was able to add slightly to my trade there, bring my entry a little bit down. And I think, you know, my problem here was that our entry was amazing. Our entry was amazing. Then we actually added to our entry like too high, so we brought our entry up. So now my strategy is to just wait for actual drawdown so I can add to my trade. And I would say if I'm going to add to my trade, it is, in terms of my other positions, one of my biggest positions. But for me, it's one of the less risky bets, right? Because Cardano is such an established DAO. It has such strong fundamentals. So I would say, if anything, a nice place to add would be along this median line for a retest. And then another nice place would, of course, be at the bottom of this very clear channel that we have. Alright, so if anything, we could look at the 62 cents level to add to our trade. And then again, we could look round about the 44 cents level. And my position is almost as big as I want it, but I would like to have a little bit of a bigger position here. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to keep the leverage the same. I'm going to go to limit, and we enter in that price. What did I say? 60? Let's say 61 cents. 0.61. And then let's just go with a minimum entry value here, which I think would be around 6. Alright, just to add to our position a little bit, make sure you always click post only, and then you should see your limit order pop up, and there we go. Now if we hit that price, we will add slightly to our trade, and our entry will come down slightly. Alright, the next one I want to add at is, as I say, down around this very nice support line. And you know, this is actually a nice outlook here, Tuffy, is that this is a scene of the crime, right? We've spoken about scene of the crime many times, and I actually learned scene of the crime. I was sitting, a lot of you know Crypto Banter, right? They are huge inspiration for me, like heads up to run now. Amazing guy, amazing vision. I've watched them come up from nothing to everything. Heads up to all of them, right? Sheldon is my boy, but big shout outs to all of them. And I was chilling with Sheldon, and I was behind the scenes of some live streams and some meetings that they had with institutional traders who helped them, right, with their analysis. And the institutional trader was talking about a scene of the crime. And we've seen this on BTC. We've seen the scene of the crime getting hit many, many times. It basically refers to a level which is very strong resistance, which gets broken and then not retested. Right? It gets front run. And they say that basically it's the scene of the crime because the serial killer has left. But they say that serial killers will always return to the scene of their crime. And this could even be the thing that's pulling us down to that level, right? So that's a really, really nice level all the way down here at 40 cents, because that would be a return to the scene of the crime. Right. I would say here 45 cents. 45 cents. It's the breakout level, this zone, really. 45 cents to 40 cents. I'm going to make it 45 cents. Because if Cardano gets down to 45 cents, I want to buy more, right? I want to buy more. I am dollar cost averaging, and it's in huge profits. It's one of my biggest profits that I've made in the crypto industry has been Cardano dollar cost averaging. Watch the video if you need to in the playlist. But yeah, let's just keep it simple. Let's add more right there at that 45 cents level. Okay, and then we should also be setting TPs, but you know what, it's fine. My TPs for Cardano are going to be much higher. Very nice risk to reward ratio. But y'all know how I do my TPs, right? It's very simple. We just use Fibonacci extension. I will set TPs on a few other altcoins for now tonight, but let's move with a little bit of pace. Often after liquidity grabs, fake outs or key breakouts, price tends to revisit this. Exactly. Specific price zone where a major move originally started, often after liquidity grabs. Yeah, you know it, bro. You know it. Scene of the crime, right? Makes sense. Makes sense. Very cool. Alright, who's here for the first time? Because we have 50 live with us. So don't be a ghost, right? Don't ghost us. Don't be silent. Don't be a lurker. Say what's up to the crew. Let us give you the love. And yeah, I mean, it's just so awesome to see everybody here. Like, thank you so much for showing up, y'all. Ibn, Henry, Vicky, Matilda. Beautiful, Rick, Husseini. Alright, so I'm going to start moving a lot faster now. So please just tell me if you need me to slow down, but I'm going to start moving very much faster. Alright, so what was the last one I dropped, right? I should be crossing them out. I'm going to cross them out from now on. But I do believe the last one, yes, the last one I dropped was an F. So the next letter in the code is a capital B. Being very careful to get it right this time. Alright, so I've dropped 1, 2, 3, 4 letters in the code. And remember, I'm going to be doing double giveaway today. Because we smashed it. We smashed 100 likes. Very cool. Okay, so what I want to do is go through a couple of, first of all, my trades that are in profit. Are y'all still seeing my screen? Yeah. Okay, let's move. How long have we been doing this? 2 hours and 22 minutes. Alright. APT. Oh no, wait. Sorry, we've done ETH, right? Yeah, the ETH position is lovely. Let's quickly look at BNB. Most of you know I don't really like Binance, right? I don't use Binance, but I'm quite bullish on BNB. You know, a lot of you know that I did meet Crypto, and yeah, he said something very interesting when I was with him, is that, you know, the first altcoin that he would buy other than Bitcoin above Ethereum is BNB. And then I started to do research into it. It's like, why would he buy BNB? My position's tiny. I should have added more. Why did I not add at that level? We identified the zone and we slept on it. But then I started to think, why would he be so bullish on BNB, right? And it just makes sense because the whole like essence of Binance, the whole, I would say, character and reputation is based on BNB. You know, it's all put there. So it's like they wouldn't let their token get destroyed. They have the liquidity they need to keep pumping that token up and up through each market cycle, and it is hugely well valued. $700 price. It's one of our most expensive tokens. Like, it's literally, you know, behind Ethereum, there's not much that is priced this well. So yeah, we don't like Binance, but it just makes sense that this token will do well, and we can actually see that right now it's one of the top performers out of all of the altcoins. And yeah, my position is just too small here. Why did I not set a limit there? Looks like I didn't buy, I didn't do anything. I've just been sitting on this tiny position. Alright, it would not make sense to buy here. It would not make sense to buy here, but let's just set a little limit order, lower it down. Let's do a little bit of TA here. Alright, golden pocket if we do retrace. 618. Oh, it's definitely not the time to add. Okay, I'm just gonna do what I do here, and I'm gonna go to my market cipher B, and I'm gonna set an alert on BNB, and when that knocks off. So let's just backtest it quickly. Let's have a look at the market cipher. Yeah, it works. It works, right? Do you see this bullish divergence? Look at that entry. And that's really where I was thinking of buying a lot of BNB, but I didn't. Around about that 530 level. Now we're 62% up. Look at this bullish divergence on the daily here. Beautiful place to enter, to add to your trade, stack BNB, all of that. So quite simple, right? We just come to Market Cipher B on the daily, we right click, we go add alert, and we look for the buy big green circle plus the divergence. We extend it as far as we can into the future so that it won't knock off before it gets hit, and it might take time, but this is how we be patient. Alright, then you just create the alert and you come to alerts and you make sure that it is active. It will tell you if it is active. Alright, that's where we'll add to BNB. And let me know if there's any altcoins that y'all want to look at. I have been collecting the altcoins, you know, from the other streams that we have been doing. I've got some pretty nice ones. Raven, WorldCoin, Avalanche, Sui, Solana, Sonic, Bohm, Doge, TRX. I've also got some swing trades that are looking good. Alright, so Uni's popping off. Let's go. Uni's above our entry, looking nice. I wanted a bigger position here. Super bullish on this asset. If anything, we might retest our entry. We might literally retest our entry. And some of what I wanted to do today was actually to set our take profits. But I know we have been streaming a lot. I might do this in my own time, or at least do it on 1 or 2. But yeah, it doesn't look like the time to add to Uni right now. Moving nicely into profit. Alright, let's go to MNT. So I'm currently actually working with the MNT team. And maybe, you know, this is a nice time. You actually see here in Benzu's keynote, they actually mentioned, you know, even ramping up their strategic collaboration with Mantle. So these are the highlights from Ben's keynote, and they're ramping up their collaboration. I've actually been working with the Mantle team to test these DeFi enablers, and they're amazing. I really believe in Mantle. It's the next Cardano. It's the next real DAO that is actually a DAO, not a fake DAO, right? So I really believe in this coin. And I mean, look at that. That's what you get, right? That's what you get. This bamboo effect when you have strong fundamentals. This is crazy. That's a daily candle pump of 27% on MNT. All of a sudden our position bangs into profit. And it's okay. It's still a little bit small, but it's okay. It's nice to see in profit. I didn't add low enough. Okay, I got some nice lower ads, but I didn't add low enough at 53, right? This is why it's important to set limits, because we can't always be on the charts. The charts will sometimes dump down to the levels and move up when we're not aware, especially when we're in 40 to 50 trades like we are. Sheesh, but definitely not a time to add now. We'll see if it comes back below our entry. And yeah, I would definitely like to add if we come back down to this 56 cents level, which has given us major support in the past. And I do believe that's also a golden pocket by the looks of it. Picture perfect golden pocket. Look at that. Okay, so we'll just quickly make a little limit entry at 55. I actually closed, I had a whole lot of limits lower, and I closed them out when all of this crazy stuff happened with the war and the tariffs, because I just wanted to see what happened, right? But now I'm going to start adding some limit orders back in. 54 cents. Well, let's do 55 cents. I know this takes time. I'm going to start trying to move a little bit faster. These are just a few I want to look at for myself. And it's really nice to do it with the crew. Alright, CRV. Alright, so as most of you saw at the beginning, you actually hit a take profit. Let's go. So that's the best way to take profit, right? And we can see that, yeah, the analysis is on point, y'all, because the take profit was in the wick. Let's go. What price was the take profit? 1.106. Oh, that's what we call a daily wick take profit. Let's go. All right, where's the next take profit? We don't have another take profit in, but that's awesome. That's really cool. And actually, you know, this coin is super awesome. I'm actually going to add a limit order right back here, just like Tuffy said, right? So the zone that we move from, very likely that zone will come to be revisited. And I really wish I had Tuffy's smart money concept right now to give us the order block. But as far as I'm learning smart money concept, right, I take it this is the order block right here. Like this little break. I do want a bigger position here, but it's also okay. So I think I'm going to be a little bit more conservative. I'm going to add more. You can have it now. I just got to start using it, brother. But I think the next one, let's do the SMC. I gave you the access. Yeah, I do believe I have it. Oh, you're right. I do have it. And you're here with me. All right, so let's use it. Just forgive me because I haven't used it yet, right? And I'm also a bit of an SMC noob. But let's see, let's see. And I'm gonna have to learn before next week or next live stream because... Alright, so let's test myself here, right? Because I really want to get it right. I'm guessing this is the order block right there at that where it took a little break. And of course, so that's your higher risk order block. And then this is like your actual order block of like a better, lower risk trade. This track is insane. Can y'all still hear me? This track is insane. Alright, I don't have it yet in my favorites. Let me quickly grab it. Oh, there we go. Is it this? Tuffy, quickly pop me the link. Quickly pop me the link. Oh, there he's typing. Okay, beautiful. I believe I have it in the description from my last live stream. But Tuffy's on it. Tuffy's on it. Popping me the link. Let's go. Access granted. Thank you, brother. Oh, this is too cool. This is too cool. Alright, let's pop it on. Let's pop it on. And this is a really nice practice for me for the next tutorial. Alright, there it is. Order blocks. Oh, I added it twice. Okay, so I got the bullish OB. So that's not an order block. Maybe it's just too high risk. This is sick. This is sick. Gents and ladies, look at this indicator. Okay, amazing. Amazing. Bearish order block, bullish order block. All right, so I was trying to get Tuffy to explain to me, you know, what makes an order block bearish, what makes an order block bullish. But this is super cool. It looks like this bearish order block that it identified is kicking off. Man, this is going to be a game changer for me because I'm still struggling with SMC. And this is going to literally teach me SMC. Is everybody seeing how amazing this is? SMC traders, this is insane. Okay, so I'm going to set a limit here for the bullish OB. But there's 3, right? There's 3 bullish OBs there. Okay, 4-hour time frame. Oh, so that was the bullish OB on the 4-hour. Alright, so what do y'all think I should put as my limit for CRV to add to the portfolio margin trade? I'm guessing this strong low bullish OB down here around 50 cents. I'm gonna be so butthurt if it comes to hit this one. But we should probably go for these daily ones. Alright, so let's go with what, 53 cents. Bullish order block is a zone where big buyers entered the market and pushed price upwards. And the last bearish candle, small consolidation before a strong bullish move. That candle becomes the bullish move. Last bearish candle. Okay, I thought so. Price often returns to this area and if buyers are still active, bouncing. It's a lovely strategy because it's like so low risk. Because a lot of the time you won't get the trade, but if you do get the trade, it's a sniper entry. Husseini, how sick is this indicator? I know you also have an SMC indicator. Yeah, it's a really great strategy, especially for new traders, right? It's what Ahmed uses and he kills it. Because a lot of his community, they're new to trading and it's a nice, easy strategy. Anyway, so I'm just gonna club it here. I'm gonna say 53 cents. Thank you, Tuffy. I should have been using this indicator a long time ago, man. It's insane. Because honestly, I've been struggling. With SMC. Quantity or value. So we can't do cost on this one for some reason. So I think now we have to go value of 12. Yes, now we have an entry at the SMC order block. Tuffy, thank you so much, brother. This is sick. Need to get subscribed once off purchase. I think this one's monthly, right? Tuffy, is this one monthly? Let me just check if it's in the description. I do believe it's in the description of this stream. TP booking guide, Ultimate 6 Trend Finder. Dang, so I don't have that one currently in this description. I will put it in after, but here it is in the chat. Right, and just use the coupon Jordan30 and Tuffy will give you a discount, right? Indicators are lifetime. Okay, cool and amazing. And now is a nice time, I think, to just announce something beautiful that Tuffy has brought to the crew. Gibson, I'm not sure if you're here. Shout out to Gibson if you're here. But just so everybody knows, right, Tuffy has done something amazing for us. So I think it's been over a year that Tuffy has only been giving 3-month subscriptions to his signals, which are amazing. They can help you in so many ways, all right, because they teach you how to execute proper and analyzed entries properly. And of course, through entering those trades, you also start to learn your own technical analysis. And most signal groups, I must say, are a complete scam, right? They're just stealing other people's signals. But yeah, Tuffy is the one. And what he's offered to us is a few of my community have come to me and they've said, I can't get the 3-month. I just can't, right? It's not viable for me because like I just don't have the funds right now to expend on a 3-month. So what he said is that if 5 of us buy it, and I will also buy it, if 5 of us buy it, he will give us, just for us, right? Shh, don't tell anyone. No one should know, but he will give us a 1-month subscription. Right? So pop me a DM or pop Tuffy a DM, but let me know if you are going to do it. So DM me, DM Tuffy, and let me know if you want to be inside that Signal group. And especially if you're a new trader, even if you're a pro and you just want to bag more. Right? Tuffy has, I think, 6 full-time analysts working for him who are killing it. So we just need 5, right? We just need 5 and we can do a 1 month. And then what's great about that is that in that 1 month, we can try make enough to then smash a 3 month. Is everyone with me? And thank you, Tuffy. That is very kind, bro. I know you don't need to do that. I know you have your army, right? You're sorted. And it's purely out of love, right? It's purely out of love. 2 more for Forex. Forex signals, dang. Alright, so you're getting a lot of value, right? You're getting a lot of value. So we just need 5. We just need 5. Alright, let's ramp up here. We gotta end at some point. We 20 minutes to 3 hours. HBAR. And now that I have Tuffy SMC, like it's so easy for me to add my limit orders. Alright, so this is pretty sick. This trade is popping off. You can see that I did take some profits. It's always good to take some profits, right? Take profit, take profit. But now our position is slightly small. Our HBAR trade is popping off. And yeah, it looks like our entry is directly at that order block. Like now I'm starting to understand exactly what the indicator is going to tell us, right? And that's the beauty of using an indicator like this. It can give you the confidence that you need to really understand the strategy. And what's so cool is it gives you the break of structure. It gives you all of these beautiful terms, right? Change of character, break of structure, bearish order block, nailed the short, crazy, wow. But there we go, bullish order block sitting here at 15 cents. So just above our entry, but you know, because I don't want to add above my entry because my entry will come up, I'm gonna try bring it, yeah, it'll be fine to add back, right? Because we already took some profits, it'll be fine to add back to the trade. So let's just go slightly below entry, 0.137. Alright, let's see if it'll let us add a 10. Well, that would be a 5. Right, because we're adding value now, so let's add a 12. Let's add another 6. Alright, there we go. I'm loving this indicator. And thank you so much for being here, Tuffy. I know you don't need to be here. I know it's your anniversary and you got romancing to do. Always recheck LFT. What's LFT? You mean like LTF, lower time frame? Okay. For precise entry. Okay, so we go to the 4 hour. Oh, I see there's a lot of other bullish ones. Alright, so 15.5 cents. Oh, I see. So maybe a little bit higher. We might miss it. We might miss it. This is romance with Jordan. Let's go, let's go. Oh man, I'm having fun. Alright, I try to make these streams 3 hours these days so they're actually palatable. So let's move. Okay, XLM. So this one's nuts. I don't really know what to do here, so the crew can help me out. I've been bullish on this coin since I met the founders. Actually, a friend of mine was dating one of the founders and he just rocked up. Like, in a private jet from Europe, like, to a date with her. It was so cool. It was one of the coolest things I've seen. She was like, yeah, so I'm dating this guy and he's like from crypto, so you should meet him. And then he's like, yeah, we just gotta go pick him up from the airport. This bro gets off a private jet and we like take him to a dinner, and then he's like, yeah, I'm one of the founders of XLM. I'm really bullish long term. And that's when I started buying, and that's when I started getting bullish. Alright, so we can see our entry is very, very nice. We've got a very tiny position. Man, I can't believe how useful these indicators are, Tuffy. It's crazy. Like, this is saving me so much time. to try and figure out, you know, where these are going to be. Okay, indicator working, indicator working. And we can actually see how it's called all of these shorts. It's called all of these shorts. Okay, I'm very excited to do this tutorial as well. And we can see here 4-hour bullish OB down at 24 cents. I like the daily. Let's see. Yeah. All right, let's go 24 cents. Because it will be nicely below our entry, right? Beautiful. Then it will bring our entry down. And it's nice to know the founder. Like, I just know how much he has conviction in this. Like, this man, he's a rich dude, but he's put all of his life and his wealth into building this token. Like, if this token goes down, he will go down with it. And I like that. I like that. I like conviction. The beat is okay. The beat is okay. You know what? I wish we could play Boris Breaker. I need to do a test and see if it's like copyrighted. Slow jam bearish. Increase the beat. Okay. I actually love this track. I love me some lo-fi, yeah? Alright, I see crew is hopping on. Let's go. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Smash the like button. Let me know if you're new. Let me know how long you've been trading. Alright, XLM looking good. Okay, let's check out XRP. This is a big one. I want to do like some decent analysis on XRP here. And Tuffy, I think it's thanks to you bringing your crew in today that the algorithm is pushing me out so nicely. So massive, massive thanks to you. Alright, it's happening. It's happening, y'all. We're retesting the top of the bull flag on XRP. Our position is beautiful. But of course, we want more, right? Our initial position was all the way from down here at 76 cents. And then we added to our position above entry and we actually brought our position up. But it's okay. It's okay because XRP is going to melt faces. We know this. And it's happening. It's happening. We're retesting the top of the bull flag. This could be it for a very nice move. Otherwise, of course, we could move down. And I'm guessing that's the order block right there. Let's quickly check this beautiful indicator. How much is this indicator, Tuffy? How much is this indicator? Thank you, brother. Amazing, amazing stuff, man. You're literally helping me grow. Alright, there we go. Daily bullish order block. You can see us dumping from the bearish order block. 2.2. It's still going to be above my entry though. I only want to add below my entry. Do you think I should? I mean, we need a bigger position. Real price was 900, now 300. Now 300. Interesting. Awesome. We got a discount going. And I believe this crew gets a little bit more discount, so use that little code in the description. First 20 people, 300. I mean, it's crazy what a nice investment that is, right? Like, it's not small money, but it's not small potential gain from it either. Alright, oh, we really need to add to our position here. We really need to add. Do you think we could see 1.3? I don't really think so. Okay, our entry is 1.63. Oh, damn. So we'd have to go for the next bullish order block. Which is possible. Which is possible. Tuffy, what do you think? Do you think I should add again above my entry? Do you think this will be it? Or do you think we'll come down to see these levels? Almost 3 hours. Let's go, let's go. We've got 70 watching across the platforms. But I see the likes are chilling. Do y'all not like what you're seeing? We've done well for likes, but I see they're chilling. Alright, just let me know if you're new. Okay, wait for lower. Alright. I personally don't think it's going to go to 1.3. But let's be strong low. Should we take that strong low? 1.6. Let's take the order block. Let's take the order block there at 1.45. Just in case we get some black swan, right? Okay, and this one I want to bolster. Let's do a 15 value. Just below our entry. Alright, you know what? Let's do right there. We'll do a 10. And then at the next one, 1.14, we'll do another 10. So let's be like super conservative here. 1.14. It's been an awesome stream, y'all. It's like every stream I do with this crew is like becomes my favorite stream. It's been so much fun. 4-hour OB also looks good. Man, I need to get trading these on day trading, right? I need to get trading these on day trading. And Tuffy, when are you gonna join us in the StreamYard, my brother? When are you gonna join us in the StreamYard? Who wants to see Tuffy's screen? I know, I want to see Tuffy's screen. Okay, yeah, that looks super juicy. It already got pulled off, and then we have this nice one here, 2.24. It's above my entry though. I don't want to bring my entry further up. It's such an OG level that we entered at down here. I see it though, yeah. Yo, if we hit this level and move up, I'm gonna be in such FOMO. At least I am dollar cost averaging like a G into XRP. Alright, cool. Let's go to AAVE. Okay, AAVE moving nicely from our entry. You can see that we added below our entry and brought it down. Pretty decent. Looking alright. I don't think much to be done here. I really do think we're going to get another opportunity to add to our bags, y'all. I do think that this end of Q3 is going to be bearish. And then Q4 is going to be face melting. So this is why you do the due diligence. Look at that bullish OB picked up and moving from that level. Very nice. Okay, so it looks like 4 hour is a vibe, eh? 4 hour is a serious vibe on this indicator. But I'm going to keep it more conservative here and go daily. Okay, AAVE, we just need to add a little bit, and I'm thinking somewhere here. You know, back where we added last time, and if anything, we want to actually add below where we added last time. I think I'm going to go for this one. 133. We might miss it, but if we hit it, it's going to be sniper vibes. Sniper vibes. Hey, at least there's something I can do. Face reveal on 1 billion profit. Dude, you don't need to show your face. You don't need to show your face. CryptoFace doesn't even show his face, right? You don't need to show your face, but you can show us your screen. It would be amazing. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. All right. Let's drop the next code. Thank you for reminding me. It's a number 5. The next letter in the code for the giveaway is a number 5. Can't dodge with that excuse. We want you to stream. We make a good team. I must say, we make a good team. You bring the banger indicators, the banger signals, and I can at least explain. And dude, you're teaching me. Like, very soon, we're gonna be smashing these crazy live trades, like CryptoFace, making millions of dollars live. It's gonna be fun. Okay, finally, PENDLE showing something. We didn't even buy the lows, we just let this roll. I like Pendle. I like Pendle, but the market cap is still low. I think I'm just gonna let this one ride. If I show my face, my country government will pick me up from my home. No stress, brother. Really no need to show your face, man. No need to show your face. Alright, Pendle I'm gonna leave. Oh my gosh, we've still got so many more. This is what happens when you're just in so many trades. Okay, INJ, finally also doing something. Do you see what happens if you have conviction in your strategy? Look at that, finally, everything's starting to move, y'all. Thank you for those who have stuck with me on the copy trading. This is awesome. Alright, we bought the low, let's go. We brought our entry down, we're now moving above our entry. What's our position? Still pretty small. So let's buy the next low if it comes in. Let's buy that next low. INJ is also, you know, as Tuffy says, one of those more volatile coins that is difficult to swing trade. Like more brutal to swing trade. But let me just quickly check these OB levels. This is such an awesome indicator. 10.4. Okay, we already added at that level. Let's look at this bottom one. Looks juicy. 7.6 and 9. Yeah, I'm loving this 7.6. Yeah, let's take it right here. Round 8. Let's take it at 8. And like I say, this cap is lower. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a smaller window. Beautiful, beautiful. And once I get on my walking pad, y'all are gonna see me streaming and live trading for so long because my butt's not gonna get sore like it is now. Alright, from INJ, we're moving. And can you see how Tuffy's indicator is saving me time here? It's crazy. Alright, Link is off to the races. Beautiful stuff. 100% profit on our 2x trade. Let's go. Absolute beauty coming in at that order block. Smart money concept does not mess around. Do y'all see the smart money concept order block tapped? Beautiful move, even on a 2x. Really, really nice. Alright, Link I love. Link I really love. There's like nowhere really to add except for all the way back here at about 7.6. Other than when we already did add at our entry. Alright, 13. 10. And then this one, 7.2. Okay, so 13 is above our entry. 10 is above our entry. What's our entry? 12. Okay, we can do 10. Let's do this 10. Where did we last add? Yeah. I want to actually add lower. Lower than we added last time. I'm going to go for this. 7.3. I love Link. I love Link in this position. It's too small, but let's be conservative on the copy trade. Alright, we'll just say 7.4. Right? 7.4. Just always make sure you have a post only there. Alright, what's that? Next time try Tuffy. Support and resistance premium indicator. Isn't that the one we looked at? Oh, juicy link trade. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so there's 3 letters left in the code, right? 3 letters left in the code. Because I think they've actually made it more now. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 in the codes now. There's 8 letters in the codes. Yeah, Tuffy's the bomb. Tuffy's the bomb. Okay, juicy link trade. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, sorry, that's easy trend line. Okay, I even get confused. So you think next time we should do support and resistance, or next time we should do SMC? Leah, welcome, welcome. Lovely to have you. And yeah, if you missed out on the stream, be sure to recap. But yeah, this is a nice trade. Okay, let's go to... We're almost done with the positions in profit, but this just takes so much time. Alright, this one's cool. This one's cool. What's happening with ONDO? I like ONDO, right? I like ONDO for some reason. And you can see we added below our entry. We're now above our entry. Coin is moving. We've got a nice position. 23% up. And really I need to add TPs on these trades, right? But I think I will do that in my own time. Or maybe in the next stream. Because we've got time. We've got time. And yeah, we're going to look at that. We're still going to look at that. Now 12.5 trillion. Last I saw was like 9 trillion that people were estimating would come in on the 401ks. SMC and support and resistance are on fire. Okay, interesting. So it seems to me like you just need all of Tuffy's indicators and you're set for life. Alright, so far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the code, but we've got 3 more. And then there's also going to be another giveaway where I'm just going to give the whole code, right? Because y'all deserve more giveaways. I mean, I think Tuffy actually deserves it. Maybe I should just send Tuffy some funds. Because Tuffy really got us past the 100 likes. Am I right or am I right? How did the likes go down? You see, that's what I don't understand. How can likes go down? It was at 121 and now it's at 117. Does that mean people unliked it? Oh my gosh. Alright, but I see the core crew is here. I love it. I love it. So let's just push on. ONDO. I think this one I'm just going to leave it as it is, to be honest, because it is a smaller cap, even though I do like it. Okay, Render. One of the only tokens that I really think is like bullish on the fundamentals at this point. I really, really like this token. Okay, our position is moving into profit. Very nice. We've got a decent size on the position. This one's going to be off to the races soon, y'all. I honestly think this is one of the only tokens in the market that actually has fundamentals and is actually being used in the world. I'm tempted to add more here, but I'm trying to balance out the portfolio, right? So this one is okay because it is also a little bit of a riskier bet, even though it is being used. Okay, ENA. Last one we're going to look at for now in terms of the trades that are in profit. Alright, ENA finally coming into profit. We can see we bought the low. We brought our entry down. It was a pretty bad entry initially because we were just buying into this uptrend a little bit too high. I think we bought on the retrace, but it wasn't really a golden pocket level as it should have been, and we can see we actually just retraced all the way down. We lost the golden pocket, retraced all the way down, almost to Elliott wave, all the way at the bottom. And what's our position size? Ooh, this position is bigger. So this one we're just gonna leave. But it's looking good. We got a nice smile curve here. Yeah, this is looking good. Thank you, brother. Much love. I do believe this is the first time I've seen you in my stream. 3 dope hours. Let's go. Alright, let me know what you think, if I should do a second giveaway for the crew or just send Tuffy some funds for bringing those likes up to 100. Alright, give me 1 second, 1 second. Let Tuffy decide. Well, Tuffy will obviously say give it to the crew, because he's nice like that. But let's see what Tuffy thinks. Alright, cool. We're almost done with these altcoin trades. Okay, so now is where I really need some help from the crew, right? And I'm going to use this Tuffy indicator to help me out. But these trades, yeah, they're in a little bit of a loss, trying to figure out what to do. To be honest, this looks like I could add to it now, right? This APT trade. Because I would bring down my position slightly, and the position is still small, so the strategy is playing out. And it's Aptos, y'all. I love Aptos, right? Does anybody know APT? Has anybody done fundamental analysis on APT? Oh, it's not looking bullish according to this indicator. There's like no bullish order blocks. So what does that mean? Does that mean like we're doomed? Okay, on the 4 hour there are some. 3.8. 3.8 down at that level. The risk to reward on this coin is really nice. Oh, with SNR you can find the levels that the OB can't find. Interesting. Let's go. I need to check if my favorite beats are copyright or not, because yo, if we could listen to my favorite beats, we would be having such a party. Yes, so true, so true. Okay, I'm going to use the 4 hour on this then, and look for this order block here. 3.84, 3.85. Because this position, like these positions that I've identified now to go through, are ones I want to add to, because they're still relatively small. They're looking good in the long term, but they're relatively small, and if we add to them below entry, by doubling our entry, we'll bring down our entry significantly. And this indicator is just saving me so much time. Okay, near. So near, I don't know what's going on, because I like it. I like it a lot. The fundamentals are good, the tokenomics are good, but this coin is just dying. Look how low. I mean, this is a nice curve, I must say. Market structure is changing. Like, we're finally getting a higher low. Not quite a higher high as of yet. I guess this is where you could say market structure changed, because we got a higher high. Then there's our higher low. This looks like a bit of a squeeze now. But I really like near. Oof. We are in the blood. We are in the blood, y'all. So it would be nice to add, because we'd bring our entry down, right? So let's do a little bit of a quick recap here on tokenomics. That's a 3.2 billion market cap, so it literally is a mid cap. It's not going to be manipulated. There is no max supply. The risk to reward is amazing, because all-time high is 17.8, we're at 2.6. The hype is gone, the team must do something. Near was a good token. So you think it was mostly hype? Interesting. 3 days ago, Near surges 4% amid institutional activity. Is ADA price gearing up for breakout on Near news? What? Why? What does ADA have to do with Near? Institutional buying recovers 8% from key support zone. Alright, so Near protocol is the blockchain for AI. The blockchain for AI? Oh my gosh, okay. High performance AI native platform built to power the next gen of decentralized apps and intelligent agents. It provides the infrastructure AI needs to transact, operate, and interact across Web 2 and Web 3. We're in the blood, y'all. Help me out here, Tuffy. What do we do? Do we add and bring our entry down? Or do we just leave it and see if it comes right? Part of our Discord. Yeah. I think, you know, Tuffy's definitely in our Discord. Tuffy's definitely in our Discord. And if you are dropping charts, let me know if anybody dropped a chart. We might not get to scalping tonight. Kungari! Is that you? Oh, now I understand, brother. What's up? I see you added Kangari to your name. Legend, what's up, brother? So you know what? I think we need like a live trading stream. Once we've done Tuffy's indicators and the tutorials, we're just gonna smash live trading on the indicators and just bank it. All right, Tuffy, what do you think? What do you think of this near? Think I should just leave it and see if it comes right? Because yeah, this is not looking great, eh? It's not looking great. This could be that fake out below the 786. Trading now, love it. Near 2.18 can DCA. Okay. 2.18. A little bit lower down. Oof. Get ballsy and just add more to it. I mean, at least we would be bringing our entry way down if we added to this trade. Hope it comes back to life. Okay, let's go to the daily. Just all this bearish OP. Looks like whales have been selling off. Alright, there we go. 2.15 pretty much. What did you say? 2.18. I'm tempted to just go further down. I just want to be conservative here, down at like 1.5. Alright, we'll do 210. 210. It will bring our entry way down. It's pretty close to price now. Wait, what? We had 2.6 now. What am I not seeing here? Oh, we had 260. Yes, okay, so 210. Forgive me, y'all. We have been streaming for over 3 hours. Okay, so let's just do 210. Yeah, we need to bring our stop loss a bit down. This risk to reward ratio is great. That'll bring our entry nicely down. Where are we? Dot. Just let me know if y'all think we should just end it off. I got a few more I want to look at, but I can also do it in my own time, so let me know. 9:12 Western African. 3 hours is better than 7. Ike, you're still with us. Truly, right? Truly. Alright, so I'm super bullish on DOT. There was a nice place to add. You see where this stochastic rhymed with the RSI, and we slept on it. We didn't add there. That would have been a nice place to add. Alright, this position I'm alright with. This position I'm alright to leave, actually. I know this is going to come right. If we have an alt season, DOT is going to explode because it's just so useful. If you don't know Polkadot, check it out. I'm getting lost here, there's so many. Okay, mana. But I knew this was going to be a long one, y'all. I knew we just had too much to do. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is whale accumulation, right? This is sideways. This is really, really good because whales are accumulating at the bottom. They're selling at the top so that it can accumulate more at the bottom. Selling at the top, accumulating at the bottom, selling at the top, accumulating at the bottom. So that's what we're doing. Our position's tiny, so I only want to add if we come low down because this is a really nice entry. FET. I think I'm in the FET trade. Let's check that out. Let's check that out. But yeah, this position's so small. I actually do want to boost it a little bit, but only if we come decently below our entry so we can get an even more OG entry. Sometimes I give myself paralysis, right? Sheesh. Sometimes I just get excited and I go overboard. Alright, so it looks like we're really at a bullish OB right now. Let's go. There's like nowhere really other than this. It says weak low. Weak low. Why is that weak low and not strong low? Well, it's basically saying if you want to add. How far are we down? 20%. I like to only add at least 30% down. So I think let's just go for the bottom of this channel, right? Let's just go for the bottom of this channel here. Go for it, 21 cents. Now let's just check what this market cap is. Maybe things have changed and it's not a mid cap anymore. Oh, it's 500 mil? 500 mil? Yeesh. Oh, dang. Okay, risk to reward is sick. If it comes back. If it comes back. Oof, this coin might be doomed. Honestly, this looks like a great smile curve to me. But this market cap is slow. It's low at 500. Mid-range support is bullseye high prices. Leading 4 blockchains. Best chains by code. Interesting. Top 10 hold 40%. No, man. What? Top 10 hold 40%? Okay. Alright, no. It's going to leave our small position. It's most likely going to go to the moon, but yeah, we're going to leave our small position because it's not healthy, right? How did we not see that when we entered this trade? Top 10 hold 40% of supply. Alright, let's check FET. I feel like we were threatening the trade on FET. Oh, that's why it's not on copy trading. It's not on copy trading, y'all. Unfortunate. What's the ticker? Is it even on Binance? I mean on Bybit. It's only on spot. No way. FET is not on Bybit perpetuals. That's crazy. Alright, it's a 1.6 billion market cap. It's called Fetch AI, right? Fetch AI. Oh, they've changed it now to Artificial Super Intelligence Alliance. So Fetch AI, Singularity Net, Ocean Protocol, and Kudos have collaborated to establish Super Intelligence Alliance. So what's the ticker now? ASI. Not seeing it. Maybe they're still in the process of changing over. Learned a lot in 3 hours. Beautiful, beautiful. Is that your alert going off? Beep, beep. Alright, did we look at Avalanche? I keep saying I'm going to move faster, but let's move faster. Okay, so another one of our trades that are deep in the blood that I would really love to add to, because, I mean, Avalanche is Avalanche. It's gonna move, right? It's gonna move. Gotta have conviction in what you believe in. Alright, there it is. Bullish order block on the daily, down at 18.2. It's not that far away. It looks like we haven't really touched this trade in a while. I don't know if it's just not displaying the trade history or if we did add to the trade. But I think we could do well to add a little bit there. Let's go for 18. I do think Avalanche is gonna make it. And you know what? The more we can bolster these trades, when that altcoin season pops off, this account is going to make bank. And I see some of those who have joined lately are actually doing really well with the profits on the copy trading. So well done, well done. Okay, VeChain I really like. Let's just check what's happening with the market cap. 2 billion. Alright, looking good. Risk to reward ratio looking amazing to 23 cents from 2 cents. We've got a max supply. Oof, with 99% in circulation, meaning that there will likely be a parabolic move when that supply ends. Is the music too loud now? When that supply ends, it looks like, yeah, we'll kick off. Alright, yeah, the SEC has opened up a nice new entry for ETFs. We'll talk about that. I think we need to add to this trade. 2015, wow. Yeah, but what is it? Where's the what is? It's like they left out the what is. Layer 1 blockchain purpose built for real world use cases. Architecture includes features such as multi-party gas payment, adjustable gas fees. Yo, this is some very, very big brain stuff. Okay, well, how big is that position? Yeah, we could definitely add a little bit here. Basically, I think all these alts will do well as soon as that dominance really changes. Oh yeah, this is where I was explaining the whole strategy of how we add. Let me just clean this up a little bit. So we've been very nice and patient here, which is great. We'll bring our position way down. 2 cents. Okay, so we did buy slightly below our entry, which is good. But let's take it down at 2 cents. Which is basically double our entry. Nice, nice. We're doing good work, y'all. We're doing good work. We're almost done. Okay, ICP. Honestly, I still believe in the ICP team. Just basically because of how much emphasis they put on community. Alright, cool. Cool, we managed to build our position slightly here. I think we could do well to build this position more. Can everybody see the curve that's happening here? It's like clear as day and it's very nice. Very nice. So I'm going to look basically for a fake out below the curve to add to the trade. Like, it's fine if we don't get another add to this trade. It'll still make us money. Oh, I'm loving this indicator, Tuffy. This is insane. Curious to see what the weekly would look like. Yeah, just no bullish order block. Okay, in the middle of the order block is 4.75. This is saving me so much time. Not 4.75, 4.75. Okay, how big's our position? 10. We'll just add another 5, which is 10. Split. 2x. Yeah, we'll just boost our position back at the same point. clean curve, looking great. Please not post 10 Western African. Yeah, no, we'll be done, bro. We'll be done by then. We'll be done by then for sure. We're coming to a close. Jonathan, no stress, my brother. We're coming to a close. Alright, we didn't actually look at XRP in detail. We can save that for another time. There's beautiful, beautiful stuff happening on XRP. Alright, do y'all want to see some potential swing trades? Some potential swing trades. Everybody always asks me for trades. For actual trades, right? So here's one. So this is a swing trade idea. Okay? This is just an idea. And yeah, I mean, this is nice. The order block is the SMC is giving us the slightly lower entry. But basically, this is a swing trading idea on this WUSDT. Just do the tokenomics, but this is just something that I identified. I mean, look at this. It's either going to die or it's going to come back, right? There's two things that can happen here. It's going to die or it's going to come back. And as a swing trade, this is not a bad risk to reward. I personally don't think I'm going to take this trade, just because I'm focusing on those copy trading trades, and this is not something that I would do on copy trading. But this is just a potential swing trading idea, right? Not financial advice. Be happy if you make profits, but don't cry to me if you don't make profits. But this is just the idea, right? WUSDT. Do the rest of the analysis yourself. Use those videos. Use all the other things. I'm just going to bring you the coins for now, right? ZRO. Another swing trading idea. Nice risk to reward ratio, right? Do the analysis yourself, but here's the idea. And honestly, I would take profit sooner, right? I would swing it and I would take major profits somewhere around here with that 1 to 3 risk to reward. And then I would leave something in the trade and just let it play out. Alright, so W, ZRO, then there's OMNI. Tuffy, let me know what you think of these. You might also be eyeing these for your signal group. GRT, there you go. Tuffy's on it. Alright, so OMNI looks like it's already kicking off. OMNI looks like it's already kicking off, but this is another swing trade idea. And these are risky. These are risky trades, y'all. But yeah, still got an okay risk to reward ratio, even though it did start to pop off. Alright, let's check GRT. So I actually like GRT on a fundamental level. We might even be on the trade here. No, we're not. I don't think we're on this trade yet. GRT is not hash graph, header hash graph, or is it? The graph. GRT is the graph, right? Yes, that's looking so nice. That is looking so nice. Tuffy bringing the fire. Sheesh, that's beaut. That's a beaut right there, man. Drink some water, take the trade. The graph. What's header ticker? Yo, risk to reward looking so nice. 9 cents to $2. No max supply. Very nice. Coming in, integrating with Chainlink. Alright, who's holding what here? Not bad. Not terrible. Indexing protocol for querying data for networks like Ethereum, powering many applications in both DeFi and broader Web3 ecosystems. It just looks like a nice idea technically, right? Very cool. And you can set your take profits with retracement. So basically you can take your long somewhere around current market price. And yeah, you can take your take profits. Very nice risk to reward ratio on this coin. So there we go. Tuffy bringing the fire. Last time GRT dropped 72% from the sell zone. Crazy. So what was that drop here? Sheesh. Nice, brother. And that does look like a golden pocket, right? Just a beautiful retracement. Tap that golden pocket so nicely, Tuffy. Congrats. Well deserved profits, man. Yeah, awesome. I'm actually going to drink some tea now. I've got a flask of tea here. My hands are so cold. It's like freezing here. Alright, so let me drop the next letter. So it's a number 6. Right, it's a number 6. And now we have 2 left. Now we have 2 left. Just give me 1 second to pour some tea. But there we go. Y'all are always asking for swing trades, asking for trades. Now we've given some, right? Even Tuffy's given a swing trade. And I think y'all know Tuffy's swing trades do not mess around. Super baller. Alright, lovely, lovely. Yeah, so OMNI you could also look at the short. But let's just quickly, there was one more I was looking at, is the comp long. And yeah, remember these are more risky than I usually go, but it's an idea. It's an idea for a swing. And you can see it. You can see it even by looking at the chart, right? This chart actually looks quite nice, if I'm honest, in the long term, because it's so sideways. We've got this kind of megaphone pattern. And we've also got this beautiful sideways action, which means whale accumulation, which very often ends in this kind of a curve. And yeah, these higher highs just mean that this could be a really nice swing. I would take majority of profits right there and let some run. Very nice. I mean, we'll check back into these. Should I drop this in? Even if we don't take them, let's just like backtest them by dropping them in, right? Boom. Okay, XLM. Maybe I should add to the trade. There's actually a possible swing trade here. Alright, so this one's much more risky. But yeah, very nice support and resistance flip that has just happened. This might be a little bit late. And then there's Doge, right? Be careful of Doge. But it's looking pretty interesting for this swing. And yeah, the parabolic curve is just playing out perfectly here. The smile curve on Doge is lovely. I do believe we're still in the blood on Doge. And yeah, I'm not going to add to it because it's just like, it's too memey for me. Alright, I think our position is fine. Oh, if I added to it, our entry would come so much lower. Ah, but it's fine. What do you think? Do you think I should add to Doge or save it for the more fundamental tokens? Alright, GALA. So how did I miss out GALA? So most of you know my analysis on GALA. Thanks for the reminder there, Tuffy. And it's just looking super, super bullish. Alright, super, super bullish. Like, this is a great, great level for GALA. We can see sideways whale accumulation, whales buying the bottom, selling that top, buying the bottom, selling that top, buying the bottom. And this means the whales are just, they're increasing their accumulative holdings, right? By buying here and selling some here, buying back that amount here, selling some there, buying back that amount here, selling. And eventually we will lose that level. Let's see if we can add to our... I think... Oh, the reason I didn't bring it up is because the trade is just big enough, right? The trade is just big enough. Like, we're positioned. Yeah, this trade is big enough. We're below our entry. Stop is a tiny bit dangerous there. We're below our entry. We did add a little bit. I'm just going to let this one play out because this is going to be so baller. And yeah, it's one of our bigger positions. But for those of you who don't know what this risk to reward ratio is, it's sickening. It's a 1 to 41 risk to reward ratio. Alright, Rick wants JASMY. We've got to end at some point, right? But yeah, I'm still bullish on JASMY. I think JASMY is also one that I'm just leaving for now, right? Because I believe in it, but like we can't over extend ourselves, right? Because we don't know what's going to happen. Why did it take me to Bitcoin? What was that? I do believe in JASMY, and y'all know why I believe in JASMY. And yeah, this is looking super bullish. We're getting higher lows and higher highs now. It looks like we've changed market structure. Looks like we could be heading for some kind of parabolic curve like this through all of these nice levels at some point. But I think this one also we're a little bit overextended, right? I added too much too soon. And I learned the hard way, right? You add too much too soon and then you can't add more when you really should be adding like now. Yeah, so you can see I've already got TPs in here for JASMY. And this one I'm just going to leave it to play out. Literally, I'm just going to leave it to play out. We're in the blood, 100%. And this one is like because I believe in it, right? I believe in this token. And of course I can be wrong, but the risk to reward is great. Everything is looking fine. We just need to keep at it. And hope we don't get stopped out. Yeah, no, GALA's going to be a banger. Alright, cool. Thank you everybody for being here. The higher high looks risky. What was that? Expanding slowly. But those higher highs are good. If you see higher highs, it's a good sign, right? Okay, let's end off, y'all. There's just a few things I want to do. I wanted to look at Raven and WLD. I wanted to look at Sui, Solana, Sonic, Bohm, TRX. But I think we've done a lot, right? We've done a lot. We've gone like over time. Added to GALA, nice. Very cool, man. Okay, so I just want to look at a few very important news articles. Literally 3 minutes on that. I want to take... oh, it's playing something that's not in the royalty-free playlist. Uh-oh. Oops. Hope we don't get clubbed for that. That's when you know you've been streaming for long, right? When you go through multiple long playlists. But that's my boy who just played now. That's my boy. That's who I wish we could be listening to. That's why I was like, wow, how is this such a banger? How is this such a banger? Okay, give me literally 1 second. And then we're gonna head into like kind of a slow outro to the stream, y'all. Okay, I know it's going to be really long, but I wouldn't be spending time on this if I don't think it's important. And I'm going to speed through these, right? We did this today in the South African group and it was just super interesting. This is awesome to see, right? We see a major global health agency starting to secure financing for an Ethereum treasury so that those who have their stock will be exposed to Ethereum. It's crazy. Strategic accumulation of ETH by a company that seemingly is not connected to crypto at all, right? The medical industry is starting to run on smart contracts, etc. for like medical history, you know, making everyone's medical history actually to be owned by themselves using smart contracts. So they are linked, but this is a first, right? We're seeing major companies starting to strategically accumulate things like ETH just to help to bring up their stock prices. Pretty amazing. And this is another bullish aspect on Ethereum. All right, so this guy Tom Lee, he's made a name for himself. right? And remember, I said 18,000. He's saying 16,000. So he's being slightly more conservative. But this is still huge. This is still huge. I'm not going to go like too much into this. But basically what he's saying here is using a lot of fundamentals and a lot of technicals to show how Ethereum could reach $16,000. Right? And there's one very simple pattern here. And this guy has made a name for himself. So go read the article, check all the TA. But there we go. Like, I really wouldn't be surprised if this happened. This is amazing. So there's so much bullish stuff happening right now. Honestly, it's crazy. But now the Fed, right, is exploring taking some of their gold, which is hugely in profits. Like, we're talking billions of dollars in profit. They're talking about taking some of that and putting it into Bitcoin. It's a simple idea, but it's massive. It's a massive change, right? Because there we go. It's a new era. That is crazy. And you know the rest of the world does what America does, right? Urges the US to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Bitcoin is far superior to gold. I also believe this, right? I believe that Bitcoin is superior to gold. It will just take time for people to understand this. When you buy gold, you don't actually buy gold. It's illegal to actually have gold. So what are you buying? You're not buying anything. You're buying a myth. If you're buying Bitcoin, you can at least actually own it. Put it on a cold wallet, right? Okay, so this was the major news today that everybody went absolutely nuts about. I saw all of the influencers I follow, all of the traders saying, you know what, Trump just kicked off the bull market, etc. I'm still looking at a retracement. I've shown you the TA. But I would say medium term, this is hugely bullish. Right? He's basically now opened up the order, which eases the path. It's not said and done, but it eases the path to basically allowing private assets to be included in 401k retirement plans. And one of those private assets is Bitcoin. All right, there it is, 12.5 trillion. So, of course, it will not be all of the 12.5 trillion, right? Not everybody's whole 401ks are going to be Bitcoin. If anything, maybe 1 to 3% will be Bitcoin. So yes, we could add another potential 3 to 5 trillion to the total cap, which is also huge. That's a lot of money to add to Bitcoin, right? That's still enough to have a major effect on the Bitcoin total market cap. Alright, this is also very cool news for those of you who are into staking and DeFi, yield gain, liquid staking, all of that. So basically now the SEC are saying that liquid staking is not a security, so you won't have to pay your capital gains tax on that, which is pretty amazing. Because liquid staking, you can earn your yield while trading that asset. Don't know if anybody has used BBSol or something like that. Alright, and then the new SEC's listing rule. So now instead of altcoins having to go through an individual unique listing process for an ETF, now there is this standardized framework, which means they can tell that pretty much all of the top altcoins, hundreds of altcoins, are going to be applying for ETFs. So it's just too much work, right? So they've now made a standardized process, which is amazing because it just shows like ETFs are going to explode. Yeah, they are still the world power, as annoying as it is. Everyone follows them, right? Everyone follows them, maybe except China. Hey, Shadow, welcome, welcome. Matilda's still with us. Alright, let me know who's been here from the beginning. Who's been here from the beginning? We already looked at one of the highlights from Benzu's keynote. Another interesting thing is that for beginners, there is now a Bybit Lite on the app. Which, if the Bybit app is being too confusing, now you can actually use a Bybit Lite, which is pretty interesting. And then this strategic collaboration moving forward with Mantle, also making me more bullish on Mantle. And now just for fun, right, there's two things I want to do on ChatGPT. I love ChatGPT. I know a lot of people hate on it, etc. But I really love ChatGPT. Let's just see if we've got it on deep think mode, or let's just open up a new one. But I use ChatGPT all the time, and you know, you can't follow it, but like it really helps when you're doing research. It helps with everything. I don't know why it's not letting me do deep think mode. Am I not logged in? I am logged in. Oh, when you start typing. Weird. Anyway, there are two things I want to ask it, right? And one of them I've already done, and I just thought it was so interesting and so cool. Right, I actually did this during a Bybit beginner session, and I thought it was so interesting, right? So I was saying in the beginner session, I was saying if you want to trade as a beginner and if you want to invest as a beginner, you should look at alts with fundamentals. And then they said, what are the alts with fundamentals? So I said, use ChatGPT. So you can come here and you can say, what are the altcoins with strong actual fundamental use cases? And you will literally see all of my favorite coins popping up here. Many altcoins claim utility, but only a few show strong fundamental use cases backed by real adoption technology and developer activity. Here are some that stand out. Of course we have Ethereum. Of course we have Solana. There's Avalanche. Right? You see why I'm bullish on it. And there's my baby. My baby in the top 4. Let's go, Cardano. Alright, then we got Link. We got AAVE. We got MakerDAO. MakerDAO, I believe we're not in the trade, right? So there we go. Already here we have something to look at. Let me just double check, because we're in so many dang trades. No, we're not in the MakerDAO trade. Oh, we did a little trade. Oh, I think that was one of Tuffy's trades, right? That was one of Tuffy's trades that he gave me. So cool. I'm still looking to get more time to be trading more actively like these little trades. But there we go. ChatGPT is telling us MakerDAO has some utility. Alright, Atom we're in the trade. Dot we're in the trade. Rune. Cool to see it here. Alright, Helium of course has real world infrastructure. We know what Helium is. Render. There we go. Ocean. So Ocean now we see has linked up with FET, etc. There we go. Stellar Lumens. Beautiful. Alright, QNT. These are the ones, y'all. And isn't that cool how ChatGPT can help? It's so awesome. Like I went to, I mean, it's pretty amazing, honestly. Like, one of the biggest steps in my career is about to happen. It's really cool. But I think a lot of you remember, right? I went to Singularity last year, which is a tech innovation conference. And I actually made a video about it on my YouTube in the short reels when I was just starting content creation. And it blew my mind, right? Does everybody remember that short reel about Singularity and the tech innovation? So it's pretty amazing, but they have invited me to be a speaker. And honestly, I don't even think I'm good enough. Like, it's crazy. But the organizers have invited me to speak on stablecoins as an emerging technology. So, like, I'm way out of my depth here, y'all, but I'm gonna be speaking to 2,000 plus people live at a tech innovation conference about stablecoins. And it's an hour talk, so yeah, wish me luck, y'all. Wish me luck. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Alright, so the next one I think is quite interesting is a lot of people are talking about quantum computers breaking Bitcoin. And, you know, that's why this is something I've been thinking about for a long time. I have a brother who is actually a quantum physicist building quantum computers. Way smarter than I am on a completely another level. But yeah, he's spoken about this quite often, and he seems to think that there is a possibility, right? There's a possibility that the code of Bitcoin that is used as proof of work might be broken by quantum. So like basically just figured out by quantum computers, and there would be no more mining, the supply of Bitcoin would run out. And then like I've been thinking, would that even be bad for Bitcoin? Like, do they mean that they're going to break the codes? Like, can they then steal your Bitcoin? Or do they mean they're going to break the codes and then they can mine all the Bitcoin? Which in my opinion, if they could mine all the Bitcoin, it would be great for Bitcoin, right? Because then the supply would be gone and the demand would increase. But if they could actually like just steal your Bitcoin by figuring out those codes, like your seed phrases, then of course that's not good. So what I want to ask you here, I haven't done this yet, so I don't know what it's going to say. But I'm just going to keep it simple. Can or will quantum computers break Bitcoin? Let's just say break Bitcoin. And what would this mean for investors? Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, it's super huge. I can't believe it at all. I really can't believe it. Yeah, I guess so. That's what I keep telling myself, but I'm kind of like, whew. Me? Sheesh. But yeah, it's the keynote on stables. I'm kind of nervous. Alright, what quantum computers could break in Bitcoin? So yes. Oh, it says yes. Quantum computers could eventually break Bitcoin, but not yet. The threat is real but distant. So that's basically what my brother said, right? He's building these computers, but he says these computers are Neanderthal. They're very early on. It's important to understand the technical risk, timeline, and potential impact. What quantum computers could break? Alright, Bitcoin uses two main cryptographic algorithms. Elliptic curve and this SHA-256. Used for signing transactions, proves ownership of your BTC. EU. Vulnerable to Shor's algorithm, which quantum computers can use to derive private keys from public keys. Wow, so the threat is real, y'all. The threat is real. Alright, and then this one used in mining. So mining, they say, is more resistant. But it's it's obtaining private keys from public keys. That's a crazy code. Alright, when will quantum computers be a threat? As of 2025, no existing quantum computer can break Bitcoin's cryptography. To break ECDCA, this elliptical curve digital signature algorithm, you'd need 1,500 to 2,500 qubits of error-corrected quantum computing power. Current top systems, Google and IBM, so this is the company my brother works for, IBM, 100 to 200 noisy qubits. Okay, so it's not there yet. It's not there yet, y'all. We can breathe. Estimated timeline, 2030 to 2040. Whew. Assuming breakthroughs continue like they are. Pretty crazy. Some tokens that still didn't pump. Just come through to this altcoin season index on Blockchain Center. And yeah, come down to these right here. So Render, GT, APT, DOT, VChain, SHIB, TAU, KS, WLD. These are the ones that are really performing well, but they're behind on the pump. But this is what I use. Okay, why Bitcoin isn't broken yet? Public keys are not always exposed. True. Standard wallet, only the hash of the public is visible, not the public key itself. Okay. Only already used addresses are vulnerable. Interesting. Quantum computer is not strong enough. Once a computer is strong enough. Okay. Already planning post-quantum cryptography upgrades. Let's go. Okay, what would happen? I mean, ChatGPT nailed it here, right? Okay, what if the quantum attack happens tomorrow? Attackers could steal BTC from used addresses with exposed public keys. Massive loss of trust, price crash from fear, chaos and sell-off, potential emergency forks to patch the protocol, but messy. Sheesh. Realistic scenario, gradual threat emerges, yeah. Bitcoin devs release a soft fork or hard fork to support quantum resistant addresses. Exchanges and wallets force users to migrate funds. Some old funds from lost wallets or inactive users might become vulnerable. This would still damage Bitcoin's image as immutable and unstoppable, but likely would not kill it. I would love to hear what Michael Saylor says about that. As an investor, watch the dev updates, consider diversification, not just BTC. Interesting. Be prepared to migrate your BTC in the future to post-quantum wallets. Quantum resistant ledger. Let's go. Love it. Alright, could break Bitcoin, but likely not before 2030. Not helpless, but migrations are possible. Stay informed, don't panic. If quantum supremacy happens faster than expected, it could trigger a security crisis, but it's not a guaranteed collapse. There we go, that's what I wanted to know, and that was super interesting, right? Alright, one thing I want to ask the crew just before we hop off. For those of you who are watching, I am thinking of partnering with a prop firm for crypto trading. So I just want to get an idea of heat from the crew, right? Who would be interested in basically what it is it's backed by a major exchange, so it's really nice and trustworthy. I know the team, they're really cool. I've known them from the centralized exchange. Now I know they're launching this prop firm and it's first in the industry. And they've asked me to be basically the lead of Africa in terms of helping them build a community. I've already notified Tuffy, but basically you would buy a challenge, right, for not that much. I think the challenges start at like, it's like $30 or something. And that would actually, if you pass the challenge, you would get like $1,000 account. And I know there's one that if you buy the challenge for $800 and you pass the challenge, you get a $100,000 account. And you can take 80% of your profits. So the challenges, I think they vary, but it's like you have to achieve a 5% ROI like in the first week or something. And once you pass the challenge, you get funded. And every week you can withdraw, and you can withdraw 80% of whatever profits you make from your funded account. So just let me know if you would be interested. And yeah, then I'll move ahead with it and I'll do the demos and all of that. And we got big discounts for the crew and everything like that. Yeah, ChatGPT can nail it sometimes, right? Mining companies strategically shifting their focus towards AI. Interesting. Wonderfully played. Live stream on a 4-hour time frame. Let's go. 4 minutes until 4 hours. Sheesh, well done for being here. Thank you, that means so much. I'll try get someone to live stream it like on my Instagram or something, but I'm also gonna try record it so I can like upload it onto YouTube so y'all can watch my stablecoin keynote at Singularity. Alright, I think it's time to end off, y'all. It's been absolutely amazing. Very, very impressed with this crew. We're at 120 likes, that's awesome. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. And yeah, here's the link to my trading academy. I haven't dropped it today, I should have dropped it earlier. But this is where I keep my crew up to date with everything that I'm doing, so please do join the trading academy. And then right now, very important, before we do the giveaways, this is your last chance, right, to sign up under my link. You will need to be under my link to take part in the giveaways. And I think it's time to move with our giveaway. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to drop the last 2 digits in the giveaway. And then if you're under my link and you have the full code in the giveaway, you can access it. Alright, so the second last is a 4. And let me know in the chat who has the full code so far. Alright, the last digit in the code is an 8. The last 2 are 48. And you need 8 digits to have the full code, right? You need 8 digits to have the full code. I missed the first, please tell us. So I might do another one. Let's see, Tuffy, are you still here? Because Tuffy's really the one that caused our likes to go over 100. So Tuffy, either I'll give you some funds to make bank with, or you can choose just to give them to the crew. But let's do the first giveaway first. Ooh, ETH is pumping right now. Vicky, are you with us? So Vicky needed the link. Alright, how many have the code? Alright, Tuffy's here, So Tuffy, tell us, you took us above 100, right? So should I throw you some funds? Or should I give it to the crew? Alright, Ricardo has it, the whole one. Beautiful, beautiful. D-Boss has it. Ibn, most welcome, most welcome. Tuffy deserves it. Look at that, look at that. Alright, Vicky, you made it. Nice. Whatever you choose, we're grateful. Just claimed the giveaway. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I don't even need to show it. Y'all are too clever. But here's the giveaway. Here's the giveaway, right? So it's true. It's true. I don't even need to show it. Because you can find it if you're clever enough. But there should still be some giveaways there. So there it is. There it is. Oh wait, I'm zooming on the wrong screen yet. Alright, let me see how many are claimed. But I know Tuffy and he would say give it to the crew, right? I know, he'll say he doesn't want it. Alright, what I'll do is I'll split it. I'll split the last giveaway between y'all and Tuffy. How's that? How's that? I think that is cool. That is cool. Because Tuffy can make bank off a little bit. Oh, Ike in the EU still struggling with no bonuses. But I believe you deserve something, right? It's time I sent you a personal one again. Can you really not claim the giveaways? What happens if you try claim the giveaway? Is it finished? Alright, let me see if everyone's claimed it. Just let me know if you did claim it. Yep, 4 claimed. Let's go. So I got SAN star star star, SAN star star star. I got XW RAR. We got a coder in the building. XW RAR. I got BAR star star star. I think you should be able to claim giveaways, Ike. You should be able to claim. Oh, thank you, Kangari. Did you get it? Did you get it? So Olu. From my side, we've got Olu, SAN, XWR, and BAR. Let me know if you did claim it, and I'll quickly make another one for half of that next giveaway, and I'll give the other half to Tuffy. Just give me 2 seconds. Oh, no stress, Tuffy. I'm going to send you one, brother. I'm going to send you one. You rocked it today. You rocked it. Vicky, did you claim it? Nice. So who's BAR? I think equal amount is better than random amount, right? Nice, brother. Some down coin that didn't pump yet. Yeah, just check that altcoin season index, brother. Check this altcoin season index. That's gonna be a winner. That's gonna be a winner. I wouldn't bother with Pi, but look at Render, GT, APT, DOT. Altcoin season index on Blockchain Center. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. So let me make this last giveaway. Okay, I've got it. I'm gonna bring it up shortly. Telegram's being weird. Give me 1 second. I'm just sending it. There we go. Right, so remember, you need to be under my link for this. The link is in the description. Alright, so this is the second giveaway. And now I'm gonna drop the password. Okay, beautiful, man, beautiful. GALA and GRT. Oh, you mean for DCA? Not for swing trade, you mean for spot. Exactly, bro. Same index, and use the DCA bots. Watch my video on DCA bots. Use the DCA bots. So it depends if you're watching on mobile. On mobile, I believe on iPhone, you can hold down on the QR code, and it will take you to the link, right? If you're watching on your PC, then scan the QR code with your mobile. Yonatam claimed, finally, yes, brother, so proud. Oh, Olu is your name. Olu is your name, Viku, beautiful. Rick, did you get it, brother? Did you get it? Alright, this is the code. Alright, this is the code. I'm gonna type it into the chat box, right? And that's a capital I, not a 1. It's a capital I, not a 1. This code is all letters. It's all letters. Verification? What? Aren't you verified? Even if you claim it, you have 12 hours or 24 hours, I believe, to verify. Oh, you mean you need the password. But please, if you already claimed, try to give the other crew a chance, right? If you already claimed today. Alright, I'm dropping it, y'all. There it is. There it is. Tuffy, nice ADA trade. Sheesh, 800% on the long on ADA. Beautiful. Crazy gold TP hits. Beautiful, man. Alright, so I got 2 really nice videos to bring out of this session today as tutorials. So thank you everybody for sticking with me. We got Tuffy, easy trend lines coming. We got my prediction on the top, which is just for fun. Got to put your money where your mouth is sometimes. Alright, Henry, so you'll learn, basically you either hold down on the QR code or you scan the QR code, depending if you're on Android, depending if you're on PC or mobile. Oh, thank you, brother. That's kind. That's kind. Not accepting. Weird. Oh, it's claimed. That's why it's claimed, Rick. Sorry, brother. Yeah, that's why it's been claimed. Alright, I see Bar. Whoever is Bar got both. So that's sneaky. That's sneaky, but well done. Well done. And who's Sniper? Who's Sniper? Yeah, that is annoying. That is annoying. But thank you if you did pass and you've already claimed. And well done to those who did get it. Bar, that is a bit sneaky. But there's no way for me. Maybe next time what I'll do is I'll try, like, I don't know, I'll figure out a way. Alright, sorry for those who didn't get it. But just remember, the real value is in the learning, right? The real value should be in the learning. And if anything, I just hope y'all have been here, right, from the start. And just remember, we're here as a crew, we're here to learn. And it's just a little bit I can give back, right? I can't wreck myself by giving to everyone. And the more we make, the bigger these giveaways are going to be. Just remember that. All right, thank you so much everybody for being here. It has been absolutely real. Please remember to touch some grass. You're more than welcome to hop onto our live stream tomorrow in the Bybit South African group. I'm also running the beginners session tomorrow night, but please touch some grass this weekend. Recap the stream if you need to. I'm going to drop some chapters tonight. I'm going to drop the recap link and the chapters in my trading academy. And just massive thanks. Please always remember my advice. Always play from a position of power and strength. Use your stop loss and do not get wrecked. So much love and respect to each and every one of you. Thank you, Tuffy, for bringing us your expertise. And thank you so much to everybody who's been here. Congrats to those who got the giveaways. I love it. All right, peace out, crew. Much love.